tyrants backstab me, deceive me, never shall tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Yeah, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back open peace, restore our glory to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Yeah, I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh!
Welcome and hello, everybody, on Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga Playoff Day number 1. We are done with all the best of ones. We are up to what's the best that League of Legends could serve us. And we are approaching this day together with my fellow colleague, co-caster, Klepsydra. Hello to you too.
Hello, and I cannot wait. I'm super excited because those two teams, in my opinion at least, are two of the best teams we have in Ultraliga right now. So definitely it is gonna be a banger day. Well, I'm not quite sure who is gonna win. Like obviously Zero Tenacity should be the favorites, but to me, in my opinion, it's gonna be very interesting to see how these two teams play, how they measure up between each other, and who's gonna be a better team overall. Because, like I said, it's not gonna be that easy for Zero Tenacity to win today, in my opinion, at least.
That's why the both of us decided to go with back to the game on the predictions and just quickly taking a peek at the others casters predictions. And surprisingly for me, we have only two bets that goes Zero Tenacity 3-0. Only Czarny Piotruś and Devil Piotr decided to fully trust this team. Other casters were somewhere in between 3-1, 3-2 for both of these organizations. So yeah, we are expecting it to not be one-sided whatsoever.
I mean, I think it's gonna be very interesting because, like, when we see the games that they already played versus each other, it's like Hachi said today, because he said today um, that he doesn't look at the previous games that happened like, oh, it's definitely they're gonna win the next game. It doesn't work like that. What he thinks is that, in his opinion at least, what's gonna happen is it's gonna be a new game, it's gonna be a new drafts for both of the teams, and we are just gonna see who is gonna play the better game. Because in my opinion, like, both of these teams definitely capable of making it far, even in EMEA Masters.
I mean, Hachi is a smart guy and he knows that, yeah, we have beaten back to the game actually a couple of times this season, not only in Ultraliga, in EPL as well, but we are not taking it for granted. We know that back to the game could fight. And they have proven to us that they can fight even against the strongest team in the Ultraliga. I want to remind you the spring split leading 2-1 against Zero Tenacity in one of the most important best of fives of the previous split. That was interesting. This very season, this very first match of the season for both of these teams, back to the game were able to beat Zero Tenacity. Some decent fights in the EPL as well. So I mean, I am going with back to the game. Obviously, I believe in those guys, but not only because I'm biased and they are from the second division. No, they have grown quite a lot, if you ask me, during this year, and I have a feeling that one map taken away from Zero Tenacity is like the minimal amount we'll see today.
But yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Do you think that, literally, when you think about it, do you think that Back to the Game are going to win today? I'm not asking do they have a chance, because that's, in my opinion, that's obvious. But what do you think about them winning today?
I will start with that. I believe that they could. I think there is a lot of potential and a lot of opportunities, but they need to go a certain way it has worked in the previous times. I've been checking at the games that they won against Zero Tenacity in this year, and pretty much every game went past 30, even 35 minutes of the game. Before that, Zero Tenacity were gaining the advantage, snowballing into the mid game, and just finishing the game. Back to the game need to create an environment, an opportunity to scale as much as possible and put it all on the team fights. Because even in team fights, Zero Tenacity can make one single mistake, and oftentimes one single mistakes led to a destroyed Nexus.
Very often, like you said, it could be that we are going to have a very close games, and I'm curious how it's gonna look like right now, because in my opinion, at least, when I think about this best of five, not only do I think about possible five maps, because like you said, one is a minimum that is gonna be taken. I think that there are gonna be a very interesting games overall that we are gonna have, and I just cannot wait to see what Zero Tenacity prepared for us, and I cannot wait to see what Back to the Game prepared for us. Because yes, Z10 is very interesting; they are always very interesting, but I don't know what Z10 prepared for us, and yeah, it's gonna be very interesting to see.
When it comes to Z10, I feel like they have their standard approach to drafting worked out so well that they are pretty comfortable in the current meta. I mean, Blurzor could play basically anything in whatever you need. Harpoon is the hyper carry. You can put a lot of resources into it. Kofte with AD mid laners meta. I mean, I'm never seen a better out of this guy. So for me, it feels like Zero Tenacity shouldn't worry much about the draft. It's the execution, it's the clean approach to the transition from the early to the mid game that they should be focusing on to. While when it comes to back to the game, I really strongly believe that it should be somewhat of a scaling, you know, like Kartus Brand into the jungle, like Zeri Kaisa Jinx on the bot lane, Kozy with strong duelist to challenge Melonic on the side lane. Stuff like that, in my opinion, could work today.
I mean, that's the thing, right? You said Kozy on the strong duelist, but the question is, are we really gonna get Kozy on the strong side today? Because I feel like even though Melonic is used to playing Casantes, he's used to playing Ornn, he's used to playing like things that are that I would say casual, like normal champions that can play weak side, they can play strong side. The real question is, can he really utilize his strong side? Because I feel like if they want to win today's game, he's gonna have to. I don't see any other way in which they can win today unless he utilizes his strong side, unless he can play way better than he did. It's not that he played badly. It's not about that. It's just about if we are looking for a win con on back to the game side, I feel like Kozy is one of the win cons that they are gonna have to have.
Oh, I agree on this with you, brother. I have a feeling that it's either going to be top lane or mid lane snowballing to help them maintain strong position in the mid game. And just looking at Sisyph, and I value this player very much. In the current meta, it's really tough to snowball just through a mid lane. Yeah, you can lock in Lucian, you can ask your jungler repeatedly to come gank you. Maybe you can get ahead coming into the mid game, but as a Lucian, as a Tristana, Korotkiy, champions that Sisyph is usually playing, you're not winning 1v5. While as playing as Fiora, Camille, stuff like that, you do have a potential to turn the game 180 degrees.
Absolutely, like you said, it's gonna be super interesting to see what Zero Tenacity prepared for us, and let's see what we have. Back to the game on the blue side, Brand and Sejuani banned very quickly, and that's by back to the game. I was hoping to see Brand maybe in the hands of Shasku.
Yep, I was hoping for it too, to be honest with you. There is still champions like Kartus and Zyra if you want a strong AP jungler in this meta, but maybe back to the game are shifting from this meta. We are still in the position of very strong AD mid laners and AP junglers, but you can always reverse it. You know, let's just play Azir, for example, pretty much the most successful champion in his hands. They are banning Tristana right now, so for me, it's a sign that they want to reverse this jungle mid duo.
Ashe first pick, okay. I mean, I like Ashe in the way that they are stealing this Ashe from Harpoon, and we know that he would love to play Ashe because this is the champ that he plays really often. But in my opinion, overall, when we are looking at Loten, I would love to see him on hyper carry. I'm not quite sure if the champ like Ashe is good for him. I just feel like he could be in the position to have a way better champions for himself, like Jinx, like Aphelios, like the strict hyper carry, like Zeri, for example. That could happen. Right now, you are kind of going for a utility carry. I'm fine with that, but the question is what Harpoon is gonna answer with, and it looks like not only Harpoon, but Zero Tenacity want to answer with a poke comp. It's gonna be Ezreal, it's gonna be Nidal most likely, because he's showing a lot of champions, but I feel like Nidali is gonna be the most obvious one to pick here. And if it happens, well, then it should be quite easy to find a way to win.
It's going to be Korotkiy in the end, but the purpose of this pick is the same. Just focus on the poke, yeah? Just don't let the enemy team approach too closely with full health bars on. Let's get rid of them first. So, but maybe back to the game going with Ashe, they are starting with a different approach. We are not going to play through bot lane. We are going to play maybe more toward the top side of the map. Playing from the blue side, it's not the easiest job. You don't have the counter pick for your top laner 100% of the times, but maybe Zero Tenacity are just going to lock in like Sante or something like that on this very rotation and leave something for later. For now, back to the game, coming with the approach I have told you earlier, Azir on the mid lane and probably AD jungler coming in as well.
It's gonna be Azir, it's gonna be Vi, alright, so ooh la la, they are going all in, I guess. Back to the game, not wasting any time. Azir and Vi is one of the strongest duo that you can possibly have for yourself, especially with how much setup there is already for them. I'm only saying about Azir and Vi. They also have Ashe ulti, obviously, so we will see what Zero Tenacity decides to answer with. Maokai would be great because it's also... I feel like it's fulfilling the poke comp because he doesn't poke normally, but with his saplings, with Liandry, and with his R, he definitely is. So yeah, it's gonna be very interesting to see if they play around the poke or do they just go all in and just decide to fight instantly. I think that would be a mistake if they decide to do it, but we will see.
I mean, for poking compositions, you also need the terrain control as well. You need to guard your teammates, your poking teammates, create as much space as possible, and Maokai is great in doing so. Saplings as a poking tool, yeah, kinda, this might work, but most importantly, checking bushes, not face checking anything, creating the space and gaining information for Israel and Korotkiy to do their job. Right now, quickly onto the ban phase. If you are playing a poke comp, you need to ban certain champions like Braum, for example, because he can mitigate a lot of damage. Maybe some champions that are working well with Ashe. I'm thinking about either Leona or Nautilus to be banned as well.
Yeah, Leona. I feel like especially Leona, right? When we think about it, Leona is one of the strongest champs that you can possibly have in the game, paired with Ashe specifically. Because then, when you think about it, the amount of CC that she can put in is absolutely disgusting. It's very hard to do anything when you're playing as the opponent carry. It doesn't really matter if you're playing as Aphelios, Zeri, Jinx. Whoever it is gonna have trouble versus that, because even though you have cleanse, even though you have flash, even though you're a champ that could be mobile, I mean, you're gonna struggle versus that, no matter who you play. And right now, it's not only gonna be that. Braum is banned as well, so that could mean that Z10 could be interested in going for Ornn. They banned Jax, they banned Braum, who is a counter to Ornn, so I feel like Nautilus and Ornn, that would be a perfect finish.
Nautilus feels like a natural response in this matter. I mean, Erdota and Nautilus, name more iconic duo in the roster of Zero Tenacity, kind of forcing back to the game to be playing champions like Leona and Alistar, which are okay matchup for Nautilus and even better for Israel, as he could just keep the distance between them. But back to the game, decides to not go with the support first, just locking in Camille and Galio. Oh, that's an interesting pick,
That's
friend.
strong. That could be. I'm not saying it, but I can see the way in which they win. Galio, Camille, Azir, Vi, that's a wombo combo when I see one.
It is.
That-
It is.
That could be a really strong draft. You have Camille for Cozy, you have Galio for Accorder, I guess. I mean, that looks very good. But Poppy is also very good. Poppy is a counter to all of the things they want to play. So I like back to the games draft. We can definitely say that they prepared a lot of spicy stuff for today. I love it, but we are gonna see if it's enough for them to win. I feel like it could be, but we will see.
I love it very much. A little bit of scaling here and there. Cozy on the strong side. Great, pick up tools to start the teamfight with an elimination, even against Maokai, that will probably go towards Liandry's first, so he won't be as tanky as usual. Nautilus, probably the same thing, only Poppy is the scariest champion on the side of Zero Tenacity composition, because it's not only countering like your main engage, trying to make life hard for Camille or Azir. No, not only that. You can allow the enemy team to go in and just prepare your hammer to send them all away.
Exactly like you said, and we will see if the hammer is gonna be enough to make the win happen. I mean, it could be, but like I said, it's only Poppy versus a lot of engage.
That might be not enough disengaging tools for Zero Tenacity to resist what's coming their way. But they also, let's put it this way, they also have a nice, pretty standard team as we are talking about Zero Tenacity, you know, nothing crazy in the early game, not trying to skill check everybody, just a nice transition towards 2 item power spikes for both Korotkiy and Israel. When the poke starts coming in, that's when Zero Tenacity are going to feel comfortable.
That's why back to the game, we'll have to force the engage. They cannot play the poke game because they never win the poke game. They are playing versus Majutek, Korotkiy, Ezreal. They are not going to win this way. Like, there is absolutely no way for them to play the poke game because they don't have the poking tools. They can just try to take control with Ash, but other than that, they need to go all in with the engage. And I feel like they can try to find it. They will find it most likely, but we will see if they manage to make it work. It's gonna be super interesting to see how they play, but I'm just excited for Back to the Games draft. I'm just super excited for Back to the Games draft because it's definitely something new.
Yeah, in my opinion, these are one of the best champions that they could get. Camille for Cozy, oh yes. Sisyph and Azir, please. And Accorder playing something non-usual. We knew this side of this player while he was playing on Camille and Friends, while he was playing on the second division team Back to the Game before they advanced to the first division. After that, for me, it feels like, hey, Accorder is a different man. He's playing Nautiluses, he's playing Leonas, he's playing champions that he wasn't playing ever before, shall I say. But right now on a Galio, yeah, he's coming to the approach that made this guy a great player.
Exactly, and let's see what is gonna happen on the bottom lane. Ezreal Nautilus versus Ashe and Galio. Ezreal Nautilus is one of the, I would say, most common lanes that we have right now. If you go Ezreal, you do often go Nautilus. It's one of the most common ways. When you get Sheen, when you get to the tier, you can feel comfortable. You do already make some damage with a poke happen, especially if you play cookies that I expect Harpoon to play in this matchup. So, in my opinion, very comfortable matchup, not only for Harpoon, but for Dota as well. He should be feeling comfortable engaging. But we need to remember that Galio, I mean, it depends on what kind of Galio Accorder is. I'm not quite sure how familiar he is with Galio, but good Galio can always anticipate the engage and just counter it with his W.
Yeah, you can counter it, you can escape from it, you can protect your carry, basically with your chest staying in between Ashe and the other enemies. But Nautilus could pretty much do the same, and we will see it a lot of time. Accorder going in, Lofen trying to poke out, but Erdota always looking for an anchor to land on the wall and try to disengage from a tough position. On the top lane right now, we see a lot of skirmishes coming in the level 3 for both of those players, and Cozy is trying to utilize this little but a health advantage.
Absolutely. This advantage is going to be very, very important for them to win, and Erdota just sweeping some vision, making sure that there are no advantages for Shasku and co, especially that Shasku is already after the first recall. Look at that, he recalled very fast. Decides to go after the recall to the jungle, I mean the topside jungle. So if he decides to fight for the crop, he's gonna be stronger, but maybe we'll speak about it in a second. The flash from Accorder.
Oh yeah, that's the flash for an Ignite, so that's a great trade for Back to the Game's bot lane. But back to the Shasku topic, he decided to do full clear without the Scuttle Crab and then go for a recall. Right now, Smite fight, which he loses, so Blurzor took 2 Scuttle Crabs in the first pathing. That's a small win for the jungler of Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Shasku didn't want to fight for that. I mean, maybe it had something to do with the priority, but I just feel like he would be way stronger. I mean, he's after the recall. Blurzor is not, right?
Yep, so that's the Vi with an additional longsword at least, plus the Rabbi Crystal. I have a feeling that Korotkiy wouldn't be a dangerous champion in this very position. I mean, rotating without so many mana points and only level 5 or 4 maybe even at this point. So that's interesting. Shasku looked a little bit scared and in the end just protected Cozy in his final push just under the tower of Melonic to acquire a recall. Right now it's Camille with a Shin, so maybe some more action will occur.
Absolutely, and let's see what is gonna happen. Erdota decides to go deep in the jungle, put some wards obviously, clean some wards as well. And the advantage we are seeing right now is on the complete another level. Korotkiy Azir is the matchup that we expect to be even in some ways. This is not even. Korotkiy is absolutely humiliating Sisyph right now.
Yeah.
And that's
Go on.
bad. That's very bad for him. I mean, literally, we are not expected to see something like that. I'm not sure what Kofte decides to eat for his breakfast today, but he's definitely ready.
Oh yeah, Sisyph is not feeling this very matchup. He's calling right now for some support, Shasku and Accorder nearby to make sure that no dive, no anything is happening. But in the end, you're losing like 15 creeps, something around this after acquiring this wave. So that's not good news for Sisyph. That's not good news for Shasku as well, because without the priority on the mid lane and with the enemy team knowledge about your pathing, there's nothing to do pre-level 6, and I don't expect that anything will happen on this Drake, but maybe the priority right now is growing back to the game on the move, and they have stopped Zero Tenacity trying to take the Drake.
Accorder also making sure that everyone knows where Bruiser is, and they had to give it up because Harpoon needs to farm this wave. If he doesn't farm this wave, he's gonna be in a very uncomfortable position. They have a big lead in the bot lane and in the mid lane, but you need to make sure that this lead is being continued on. You cannot just leave this lead and stay it like it is. You need to make sure that you're gonna keep getting this lead bigger and bigger, because right now, even though there are no kills taken, it's 700 gold advantage for Z10.
And it's coming straight from the creep score. I mean, these guys are good. They know how to play League, but for some reason in this match, they are not last hitting those minions very well right now. Shasku taking only the first Void Grab just to disengage. A lot of respect towards Blurzor, who's already level 6, so understandable at this time, but back to the game are not taking basically any actions on the map.
Maybe they don't want to. Maybe they just want to wait, like you said, for level 6, because level 6 for Accorder, level 6 for Cozy. Cozy obviously already has his, but I mean, this is the moment where they are gonna have to fight. They are gonna have to play as well as they can, possibly. As well as they can, because like, if you decide to cook with your draft this way, we are gonna have some expectations for them, obviously. So...
Accorder already on the move, trying to firstly calling up the vision. Secondly, I don't think that he's going to farm till level 6 over there, because it's over half of the level needed to get to his ultimate. So just clearing the control ward, as I recon, and then just coming back into the base, using the extra time he has because he recalled a little bit earlier than Lofen to try and control the vision over the mid lane. So Sisyph could actually feel very safe and maybe focus on the last hits as we were talking, because right now the 20-something creeps disadvantage in this very matchup. Bad news, very bad news.
yeah, definitely not the greatest situation for him, but I mean, still, no level 6 for Accorder, like I said. It kind of disrupts all the global priority that they are going to have. So they need to wait for level 6, then when they get it, they can play around Cozy. Back to the game are going to be always favored in my book when it comes to the team fights. It depends how they decide to play in the team fights, right? Because if they just decide to play it like not going all in, it's going to be a problem. But if they decide to outplay it, kind of like go for all in, but with being in a good spot, they should be able to get themselves a win.
Yeah, mostly it depends on the poking game that Korotkiy and Israel will slowly but surely start to play in the next couple of minutes. For now, it's just a setup for yet another approach to kill the Drake. You know, with support and jungler playing around the mid lane, you can expect that, yeah, that's what they are preparing.
Absolutely, and Cozy close to his Triforce. That is going to be also a very important point, but it's not even about that. So far, Blurzor is one of the strongest members on Summoner's Rift. He doesn't have any kills because there are no any, but he does have the first item.
And that's starting to happen. We will see it more often, ladies and gentlemen. Vi and Galio and Camille coming onto the single targets.
And that's the first kill. It goes the way of Accorder, but guess what? The first blood is the first blood. You want to take it, so that's a very before. Back to the game, they're obviously gonna lose something on the side lane, but that was very well played. Cozy going for an single date, and when Galio is in the range, decides know what? Let's go for R instantly. I'm in range. I'm in range. He's probably calling. He decides to go for it with the ultimate from Blue Resort, just making sure. And Melonic even wasted a flash that didn't save him at all. So that's a perfect situation, especially taking into the consideration that no one from Back to the Game used a flash even.
Yep, I mean, that was well prepared straight from the draft. So Tenacity had a lot of time to prepare for it, but Syzyf has no time to prepare of what's coming. He's not going to use a flash, but he's going to get far enough to save the draft.
That's very good for Syzyf, I would say. Yes, they are losing on the silence. It was expected. It is gonna happen. But we need to remember, it's just the way League of Legends works. Like, if you made a move on the top lane, now it's turn for Back to the Game to maybe make a move on mid lane.
Loten has a flash, he's not using it, he's playing carefully because Shasky is around, but Shasky cannot help him in this very situation, and Loten cannot afford himself to be playing that aggressively. Without a barrier, you're playing with clans, you are ready for Nautilus and Maokai approaching your way, but you're not winning those 1v1s against Korotkiy nor Israel.
Oh, absolutely, and now, I mean, yes, Melonic died, but it's still Z10 that need to remember. Did I just hear an Ornn? Did you hear it as well?
No, I don't think so.
No, never mind. It was just so weird. Like, I thought I heard Ornn. Never mind. Going back into important topics. Cozy, still very strong. He didn't get a kill. It's not important, but we know how big of a comfort Camille is for him. Literally one of the biggest comforts that he probably has right now in the game. So it's going to be very important to see how they play around Cozy, because he is about to get to the first item real soon.
Oh yeah, I mean, this matchup is hard for Camille, but as soon as she gets like 2 items, it is playable. And more items to come, the easier it gets. Right now, Cozy is just warming up in the map number 1, as Back to the Game are trying to set up something, grouping rather heavily on the river. The Drake is 3 minutes off. What are they looking for? Is it just the control over the Scuttle Crab, it looks like?
Yeah, I guess so. Bot laners teleported into the mid lane, obviously, very fast rotation. And now, I mean, I would say that that is very good for Back to the Game. Yes, they are behind, but the whole advantage that Z10 right now have are in the mid lane. It's the advantage that Kofta right now has. So I would say you kind of have to deal with it. When you're Azir, you're just like, you know what, okay, I'm behind. I was losing the trades to Korotkiy, I didn't want to die, and Syzyf overall didn't die. He's just behind. Like he died twice.
Yeah, feels like, I mean, huge disadvantage in terms of the creep score right now. Syzyf finding a peaceful time on the side lane, you know, just AFK farming, trying to at least get to the first item, which shall come in like right now, just looking at the gold. And maybe that will be the first sign of his strength and a first invitation to the team fights, if Back to the Game are planning on starting them early. With Ashe, with Galio, with such a long range tools for initiation, you could be looking for them. For example, on the top lane, as we can see right now, Syzyf TP'd into it with the Nashor still completed, so maybe a play somewhere in this area of the map.
A corridor. Not gonna get anything done. I mean, Back to the Game, just playing it safe, just playing it calm, just making sure that they play around the smart ways of their team comps. One team fight, like this one potentially, could mean the win.
Shaska is coming in and Accorder is coming in
Oh,
shortly. They are starting this fight, but not engaging onto anybody. Right now, trying to run away.
Nice
I don't think
dodge!
that Accorder will, but hey, Loten is fighting the position. Syzyf is setting everything up. It's the first elimination already for Back to the Game. Right now, they're trying to close Kofta without the flash, and he is also dead. 2-4-0 right now. Can Harpoon and Erdotted do anything about it? They have full health bars, not as Syzyf, Accorder, and Loten. So a small advantage for them right now coming into the Galio. I don't believe that's the best idea, Dota. Yeah, you better run away.
He's there.
Coming from the fog of war, coming onto the Harpoon, and I don't believe you, little Ezreal, can escape this at all. Then comes Melonic, and it feels like a clean ace for Back to the Game.
And Back to the Game definitely have it! Oh my goodness, the fight was absolutely unreal. But let me tell you that Accorder one more time, he is the hidden MVP for me right here. I mean, he just played it so well. He just played it to perfection. Yes, he missed the ultimate initially, and that causes Blurzor to use his ultimate instantly. But look at the taunt from him. The taunt was just perfect. Freeman taunt, then the ultimate show up. Perfect, absolutely perfect.
And really sad team fight for Harpoon, to be honest, because nobody was focusing him at all. He had his free time, allowance to deal the damage, but as soon as he, he didn't even go in. As soon as he's too close to enemies, then Cozy appears with the flash, with the ultimate, and no little injury. You cannot run away from Hex's ultimate.
There is no way about that, but ooh la la, I mean, I just love it. I just love it. The way that Back to the Game played it, and now they have the advantage. Now they are hyped up. This is the momentum that we've been waiting for, and look where the kills went. Syzyf, who was behind, and he is still behind 40 CS, he got the kills. So he got a lot of gold back. That's what he wanted, and he just got it. Very important for Azir that he is gonna be in the very important spot, that he's gonna be in the very strong spot, and we already see the damage from Syzyf is there.
And he bought basically an amplifying Tom and a boots. I do believe that's it for now, but he feels refreshed. Oh yeah, he does right now. 11-11 Azir being ahead is so scary because he can not only walk up to you, send his soldiers and poke you down a little bit. No, if you come too close to him, the Sharima Shuffle will show you the way, but it's not going to be the way to victory, my friend. No, it's going to be the way to the gray screen of your computer.
Absolutely. Shasky right now just making sure that Drake is gonna be taken. That means the soul is gonna be a Cloud Soul. Okay. I mean, that's acceptable, I would say. Both teams are gonna be happy about that, but I'm just interested to see what is gonna happen next. They still have the ultimates. They can go for the fight whenever they want. Galio is close by. I thought Cozy would like to go for it, but he decides not to.
Yeah, I thought the same, but probably the call coming from Accorder that, hey, I need to base, I need to utilize the money that I got. And he's coming straight for the Warmog, the most popular choice of many melee supports these days. Probably Erdota going with the same itemization, just having less gold than his opponent.
By the way, it's gonna be very hard to kill Galio. The moment he gets Warmog, he's gonna be the real tank that they need. He's maybe not gonna be in the best spot in terms of levels, surely not, but when it comes down to the items, Warmog is all you need. Camille is gonna be later on very tanky. Vi should be as well, but I know from experience that you feel when you play Vi, you feel tanky, but when you go into engage mode, you can die very, very quickly. So overall, I was thinking about it. Isn't Back to the Game's comp too squishy? But seeing that in action, it doesn't feel this way. They have a lot of damage, sure. They have Camille, Azir, Ashe, but they also have some tankiness that is very important.
Yeah, Galio basically solves everything. Camille and Vi could go in as a first target and suffer a little bit from it, getting the first chunk of damage, but then Galio with the hero's entrance, with the knock-up, with his aftershock proc, he's going to be unstoppable for the next couple of seconds, at least until all the CC run off. And there is a lot of CC. Knock-up here, knock-up there, Shurima Shuffle, even Enchanted Crystal Arrow, maybe even from the melee range onto specified target, but with this, really aggressive style of engaging as 3, maybe even 4 champions going on to the melee range, I do believe that shall be enough. Right now, summoning the Herald towards the top lane, trying to get the second tower of this game, and Back to the Game will succeed in doing so.
I mean, Back to the Game are just ruling over the map right now. I mean, there's 2-0 in terms of, 2-1 in terms of towers. But no, yeah, they lost the bot lane tower, but it doesn't really matter overall because no actions happening over on the bot lane. The mid lane tower is going to be very important, and whoever gets the mid lane tower first, I feel could have the big advantage right now. So I'm glad Loten didn't get any kills, and I will tell you why. In terms of this team fight, you're gonna have to need your carries, Camille, Vi, Azir, to be in the good spots. Ashe damage is gonna be very important as well because it's your AD carry. But overall, her arrow is gonna be the most important part. Like, if she hits the arrow, if she hits the engage, then it's very easy. And now it should be a kill on Melonic.
Yeah, is he dead? Because Accorder is nearby. He's not using the ultimate right now. He's not flashing
Okay.
over the wall. Just, you know, poking Melonic down, making sure that he will not be present in the next couple of seconds on the map. So Kozi could do something. Okay.
Oh my
That was
god.
a nice move. Dodging the
And now
ultimate
the
and going for a
ultimate.
lean. Galio comes in and yeah, we know the deal right now. Melonic is just dead and Accorder taking what's here. What's his?
Yeah, and Kozi had to flash. Obviously, being in a situation like that, you're tanking a lot of the tower shots. But overall, he flashed, he was safe, he played it very, very well, and the kills are just his. So, yeah, I mean, 0-3 Melonic, he's not gonna be happy about this game.
I mean, only if the elimination, the frag went to the Kozi, not the Accorder. As a back to the game fan, I would be really, really happy about it. Right now, it's not the worst case in the world, you know, Kozi is still doing fine, but he needs to accelerate a little bit more because Poppy is an unpleasant matchup and it's not like it's ever gonna end. She is going to stay with her mechanics of disengaging and just being problematic in this matchup. Tankiness, it's going to be a problem as well. Just look at this position. Kozi, even with 1.5 item, is still able to outtrade her rather easily. But we need Kozi to be able to do this stuff alone, not with the help of Accorder. Accorder, as a main tank, should stay near the Ashe. So.
Exactly, the engage from Merdota will hit, but Accorder didn't even feel that. He's 2-0-5. He's like, you know what? Hit me all you want, but I'm very, very strong right now. I don't care about you at all.
Yeah, Warmog is the greatest response for the poking composition of the enemy team. And Accorder is feeling, okay, I can get caught, I can get an auto or 2 or 5 or 10. As long as I'm not dead, I'm going to regenerate all of my health.
Absolutely, Z10. They are the ones taking the control over River, but can they keep it? Like, if Z10, they need to play the poke game, and they are trying. Look at Harpoon, he's trying all he wants, but they are not hitting. Right now, cause, yeah, one hit, but they need more than that. If Back to the Game decides to engage, I don't see the hope for them.
Yeah, they are waiting too long. Accorder almost has his ultimate back from cooldown. Not good news for Zero Tenacity because the mighty engage, the wombo combo from Back to the Game is now available to play. It's starting with a single arrow. Everybody's trying to walk up. Accorder tanking pretty much everything, but he's not tanking enough to be staying here all day. Misstep from Back to the Game as they are losing their support.
They need a flank. They needed a flank from Kozi. They didn't get any flanks, and that was the problem. Like, Accorder is very tanky, but he's not that tanky to be able to just survive just like that. That's the problem. Back to the game right now. I mean,
Bold move.
bold move, but it's not gonna work out. They don't have enough damage.
No, doesn't feel like, and the Nash is going to shred their armor and magic resistances and some of the health pool. So yeah, they're going to give it up eventually. Erdota just clearing the vision alongside with Kofte and Lurzor, you know, trying to secure as many of the territory as possible. And even the tier 1 tower looks like it. Harpoon is going to just secure it without any hesitation.
And just like that, the game is basically even. That's insane. I mean, when we see like how they play, it feels like, yeah, Back to the Game are in the lead, Back to the Game are in the lead, but then we see what happens, and it feels like the way they come back is just so easy for them. Like, look, they take tier 1, then they just play around the strong side of their composition. They play poke in the dragon game, and they just win. Like, it's so unfair to play versus Zero Tenacity because they are just so strong in every single position.
Yeah, you will be facing consequences every time you go against Zero Tenacity and do not get rid of all 5 of the members. As we can see right now, fairly nice arrow in my opinion. Accorder coming in, yeah, that's what was supposed to happen, but it's not tanky enough to just face tank all 5 of the members, as you didn't have the follow-up, as you mentioned. They need a flank. They need Kozi coming from behind, coming from the Fog of War. They need Sisyph to find the shuffle. Then Accorder coming in the second tempo, on his second approach that's the scenario that could work out. But Accorder, face tanking everybody. It's not a Malphite. It's not an Ornn. He's not going to do his job that well, just, facing enemies up front.
Exactly, and Z10 slowly clearing everything up, making sure that they are ahead. And the poke game slowly about to begin. Not surprised about this one. They're just gonna play the whole game, but Cozy is slowly being stronger and stronger versus Melonic. Look at that. I mean, he's winning those trades quite heavily.
Right now, 2 items and Revenue's Hydra completed. A lot of life steal, if you ask me, so Cozy could easily tank 1 or 2 tower shots just to go for this trade. 1 auto with Melonic and try to escalate the advantage he already has. That's the win com for back to the game, and that's why Accorder is nearby.
Accorder is there, but can they really dive him? I don't feel like this is the greatest idea in the world, especially after the ultimate from Ezreal. Cozy right now is kind of low. He needs to go back. He needs to play it safe.
And he's about to, but firstly, trying to finish the wave, trying to look if there are any danger waiting on the Fog of War. No, nobody, so I'm not even going to recall. I'm going to stay at the bot lane and keep applying some pressure, just try to gather some enemies onto my side, because if Korotkiy and Israel are well protected on the mid lane, you cannot win the poking game. But if Nautilus or Maokai leaves the post and leaves them unprotected, then Shaski could just easily flash R and look for an engage, even through, the whole mid lane. Somebody eventually is going to pull up.
Yeah, one day it's gonna happen, and Z10 still in the deficit, at least if we are looking the goal, but definitely feeling way more confident that they just were. Ezreal, bounty on his head, so definitely getting stronger and stronger. Ashe as well, look at that, 256 CS, but it's not even close to Harpoon, who is right now getting close to 300. And we are just about to hit 27-minute mark. That's insane. Harpoon is just farming the whole game.
Yeah, well farmed. Not only Harpoon, but Kofte as well. I mean, those guys are getting the gold from the minions, as it is designed too, not from the eliminations, as for example Sisyph did. But it helped Sisyph to get to the point of this match as he is right now, level 15, almost Rabadon's death cap in his equipment, so a little improvement here and there, and he will be a really real teamfight beast.
He is very, very strong. Sisyph would love to fight when Rabadon shows up. Same for back to the game. I feel like they would just love to fight, but it's not that easy. We saw it in like 5 minutes ago when the situation on the Drake happened. The next Drake just about to spawn in 30 seconds. And this is gonna be the Drake that back to the game wants to fight for. They need to fight for. You don't want to get them into the salt swing. You're the ones that are in the lead. Go and fight for it. Make sure that you win this game, because you are definitely possible of that. But they need to make sure that they send Cozy in the comfortable space. And right now, Erdota and Melonic are not even trying to fight with Cozy. They know it's not gonna work out.
And feels like back to the game are not even trying to set up the Drake situation. They want to go straight for the Baron and Nashor. At least that's where Shaski is hovering around with Loten on the mid lane. Feels like this very setup. And Cozy, yeah, just doing Camille things on the side lane, keeping an eye on the rest of the team and keeping a finger on the teleport summoner spell.
Exactly. Blurtor right now making sure that he is in the spot that he wants to be. Just getting the vision done, 2 items already for him, and now back to the game. What do they do? I mean, Cozy is doing the Drake, but Melonic is gonna show up. Oh my god, that's not that good. Okay, I mean, they used 2 ultimates, but... Oh, the TP, okay, they tried to play it macro, but it's not gonna work out. Not enough time again.
Lofen no flash, Lofen has no position to be hitting the Nash whatsoever. It's coming too slow. I don't believe that back to the game can secure it, but without the ultimate of Poppy and Maokai, maybe they can turn and win the fight. Erdota is starting, Melonic is following, but the damage is not coming in, and you just lost one of your damage dealing members. Israel is dead, and Korotkiy will follow probably in the next couple of auto attacks. Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. Back to the game. 3 eliminations and then Nashor as a prize for it.
And like I said in the previous team fight, what they need is to make sure that Cozy is in the right spot at the right time, and look at that. The stun, the ultimate, the follow-up from a corridor, it was just perfect. Nothing Harpoon could have possibly done.
Yeah, please give us a recall of this very situation, because once again, back to the game, sweeping the floor with 0 Tenacity members. They didn't die in a single team fight, and we can see it once again. Cozy trying to
look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, just perfect. And the follow-up as well.
Nothing to say about Cozy's play. I mean, yeah, just perfect, and let's leave it there. But the follow-up then, I mean, after scattering enemies to the left, to the right, with the Hextech ultimatum and killing Harpoon, they feel so disorganized that they couldn't think about, you know, any kill in return. It wasn't possible. And right now, Sisyph, level 16, 2 items, Lofen, almost level 16, but already 3 items with Infinity Edge, probably the most important item for Rush. Back to the game are just in a really strong position. They need to snowball till the end. They need to start with the tier 1 tower and end at the Nexus. Maybe not with this Baron Nashor, but hey, why not? Just looking at the strength of certain champions, it is possible.
Oh, absolutely, it is possible. They are so ahead right now. I mean, you do have the Nash. Cozy is insanely strong. 3 items for him, and he's only gonna get stronger. This Camille is gonna be literally taking pets with her. And back to the game right now. They are in the lead. They understand that they are in the lead, so they are just making sure we do have priority. Sisyph just made sure to put the tower down. Melonic is trying to scare them away with the Poppycopter, but it's not working out when Kofte is dying to Cozy.
So easy. And on the other side, Melonic tried to what? Tried to cancel a quarter coming in with the hero's entrance or something like that? I don't know. But I do know is that Melonic gave his life and he's not available for the next 40 seconds.
I mean, it should be a tier 1. Sorry, tier 2 in the mid lane. Oh, they go on Cozy again, but he is very happy. Yeah, go on me, guys. Go on me, guys. I mean, my team is taking the inhibitor in the mid lane. It could even be 2 inhibitors for them. Yeah, it absolutely could be. Look at that.
Yeah, no
I mean,
problem.
it's gonna be inhibitor in the mid lane. It's gonna be inhibitor in the bot lane. They got 2 inhibitors just from that? I mean, that's
Wave
insane.
is well set up. They have no Korotkiy to respond, and Israel without an ultimate, we are not calling it a wave clear. So 2 inhibitors it is, and some eliminations as a bonus, plus a nice timed recall. Oh, back to the game. We are playing a brilliant game.
I mean, Majutek, we need to call it as is. It's 12-1. It's not even a close game. It's 12-1. They are getting stomped. Obliterated.
Yes, they are.
I mean, Z10 tried to do anything they want. I mean, they tried to make something happen, but we can see it right now. It's not working out. 8k deficit they are in right now. And back to the game, they can do whatever they want. I mean, that is a soul point. You could get a soul in a minute, but with the map control that back to the game have right now, I don't feel like you're even gonna be approaching this.
And probably not with the soul. I mean, yeah, it's going to be strong, but not the turning point. Maybe a Elder Drake, maybe something different, maybe a little bit of scaling, like 5 more minutes, but back to the game right now. In the current pace of the game, I just don't feel like they are going to stop already setting up the siege on the top lane, you know, trying to take the tier 2. Then maybe if they feel fancy, go for the Drake. If not, they will just keep applying pressure. That's 2 inhibitors down, and they have the taste for the third.
I mean, this tier 2 is just going to fall down sooner or later. I mean, it's just a matter of time. And Cozy, in the meantime, he is just finishing up the game. Hello, guys. He's still there. He's still in the bot lane. Do something with him, please.
And that's the really painful case for Z10, because somebody needs to join Melonic on the side lane trying to answer to Camille, which means they will stay like, what, 3 against 4 against Ashe, that's just aiming her arrow onto you, against Vi, that it's more than happy to be clicking her Season Disease onto one of your carries. No, that's an impossible scenario to defend yourself. But back to the game, where short on the Nashor's buff, they decided to go for a Drake. Maybe yet another recall before setting up for another play in the northern jungle, in the northern river rather, of the Summoner's Rift.
I mean, they just want to go for the Nash, and it should be quite easy because they just start the Nash and you just turn. And normally when you play League of Legends, you just feel like, yeah, do I have enough things to turn, right? And well, you do. You do have Camille, you do have Vi, you have Galio, you have Azir. You can turn all day, literally all day long. So right now, what Z10 needs to do, they need to poke them out. It's literally the only way. This is how their composition is built. You need to poke them out of the river. You need to make sure that they are not even close to the Nash, and then maybe, just maybe, you can stall the game as long to the point where the gold is not gonna matter.
But I don't believe there is an opportunity to keep them out of the Nashor speed, because you have a lot of things to worry. Two things at least. It's the mid and bot inhibitor still destroyed, the super creeps marching down your way, and as you can see right now, Kofte trying to answer on the bot lane, Harpoon stuck on the mid lane, just pushing and pushing and pushing the waves, but they keep on coming.
Z10. I mean, they are in the spot where it's very tough. I mean, because if you go 1-0 down, you're in the very uncomfortable spot because you need to win the next game. If you don't win the next game, it's kind of over. So Z10, I mean, what can they do? I mean, the Nash is being done. Blurzor. I mean, the steal from Blurzor, maybe.
Maybe it is going to happen. I mean, he just used his ultimate. Everybody is gathering, trying to focus a quarter down. Back to the game, stopped the Nash because Kozi is knocking on the walls of the base, and I don't think of that you can.
Oh my god! Oh, Kozi!
GG.
My man!
No, that's too painful to even cast this. Kozi is just going to get one tower and ask for another enemy to stay in the defense, while the rest of the team are just demolishing the remains of 0 Tenacity members around the Nash. Melonic flashing over the wall, just trying to save his life, but no, it's not possible to save your life and to save your Nexus.
I mean, it's not 0 tenacity, it's 0 survivability, at least in this map. There is nothing they can do right now. This game is over, ladies and gentlemen. 37 minutes, 15-1. Maybe even make it 16 if they are fancy about it, but they don't need to. Back to the game. Just smashed 0 tenacity.
Not gonna lie, if we were to talk about back to the game and the cleanest games, we would be pointing of the games against Iron Wolves or Anonymous, maybe teams like that. I wouldn't even imagine that back to the game could basically 15-1-0 Tenacity. Just look at the damage from Kozi, he was unstoppable, but look at the damage from what's the most important thing, Kofte and Harpoon. The poke didn't come in this game. They were in the itemization ready for it, but not the position ready for it.
Exactly like you said, Majutek. I mean, it was insane, but Sisyph, Loten, and Kozi specifically, 30,000 damage. Just made it work. Insanity. Insanity. I'm super happy for those guys. I mean, honestly, I mean, like I said, nobody gave them a shot, but I said, you know what? I think they have a shot to at least make it interesting, and they already did.
Yeah, and I was trying to make a point, you know, they need to let Kozi play whatever he wants, they need to extend the game, they need to go towards scaling and towards teamfights, and they did, just eventually, because they were controlling this game since like, what, minute 8, minute 10, the fight under the Drake, and after that, they didn't even leave a slightest chance for 0 Tenacity to come back.
Exactly. Absolutely insanity, and we already have the confirmation. That right now Z10 decided to go for the red side again. They are feeling confident if they want to do it, but yeah, sure, go for the red side, but I'm interested to see what is gonna happen as the answer from back to the game.
Yeah, I mean, Hachi tweeted about it that they are prepared for this series. They are not looking in the past. They are not feeling too confident playing against back to the game. They knew that's going to be tough series, and the series have just started in favor of back to the game. So yeah, they need to prepare something. In my opinion, the answer to Kozi, they need a better counter pick than the Poppy, because yeah, Poppy can't hold her own and can be useful in team fights. but you're not going to survive those post 30-minute situations against Kozis Kamil.
Absolutely, and what a game it was. I mean, I'm just surprised. I was expecting that, yeah, back to the game, surely they can win them up, right? But, well, it looks like not only they can win them up, but they can win them up in an absolutely stunning fashion, and I'm just surprised. Let's see.
Maybe, maybe let's not judge the series based on only this match. Let's see what could happen in the second, because maybe we just overpriced Zero Tenacity. We were thinking that Zero Tenacity were exactly the strongest team in Ultraliga and nobody could beat them. Maybe we were wrong this entire time. We shall find out in the next upcoming games of this best of 5 series right after the break.
Fighting for my destiny, they're gonna all remember me as legends. We will rise.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata esportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia EV6.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. Same. I can go pro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí,
Ah, mira,
tú de qué parte eres.
del norte.
Yeah! I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Whoa! 50 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Yeah! Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dawn regime. I know how to unleash eternal.
Fighting for my destiny, they're gonna all remember me as legends. We will rise.
And we're back after the break, trying to reconsider our thoughts, but no, we still believe that Back to the Game could actually win the whole series, especially after map number 1. Oh, Kasper, looks like you're muted. Come back.
I mean, yeah, I was. I'm here. I mean, map number 1 just proved us that they are definitely capable. They are definitely capable of making things happen. I mean, I didn't expect them to win in such a convincing fashion, but they look super good. They look super good. They look like a team that can definitely do a lot of bad things to their Tenacity. And I can see that you already made your mind up with the jersey that you have behind you. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's been behind me for the whole broadcast. Good for you to notice it. But yeah, I've been supporting Back to the Game since this organization arrived in the 2nd division, and looks like I'm going to continue through not only the Ultraliga but the EMEA Masters itself. But maybe we will discuss this topic afterwards, after the series, after we know if Back to the Game will have secured the spot for the main stage of EMEA Masters or just the qualification one.
I mean, that's very important because whoever wins this one is in the grand final for Ultraliga. In the LAN grand final in Ultraliga in Gdańsk. So yeah, it's gonna be super interesting. Are you gonna be there, Majutek?
I am going to be there, yes. I have
I'm going to be there as well.
Yeah, I have swapped some things, and the Beard is singing that one of the casters will be coming back for the finals. I'm not going to say who, but you probably know. So it allows me to join the finals and be cheering for probably Back to the Game on the final stage. If not, I'm going to be cheering as well for the best team in our region.
I mean, like, either way, we are gonna get probably Back to the Game. Like, in my opinion, at least, they're super strong right now, and they should win versus Forsaken. They are winning versus Z10 right now, so yeah, anything is possible. Bans already done. Ash first pick. I mean, I understand that if you're Back to the Game, why would you change something that already won you the game? The difference is Vi is banned.
Yeah, that's the one and only difference in this very draft. But Back to the Game still decided to go with Ash. Probably they have something to change Vi with. We will see the answer probably on the 2nd rotation, because right now Zero Tenacity answering, whoa, you guessed it, pretty much the same as you saw on the first map.
Ezreal, and that's the question. I mean, Ezreal, and are they gonna go for Korotkiy again? I mean, Kofta is probably gonna say, well, I was winning the lane versus Azure, and that's true. He was winning the lane, but we will see if the follow-up is gonna be the same, because like I said, it's not gonna be Vi, but they can go for Galio Camille. They would love to go. If I'm Back to the Game, I'm going Galio Camille right now. Straight up.
Straight up.
Galio Camille. Yeah. Because if you don't do it, they're gonna ban it. So I would say Galio Camille.
I started thinking about skipping Galio for a moment and maybe going with like an Alistar Rel or something like that, but no, they're going to skip on those two champions and secure what has been working in the first map, which is Maokai and Azir.
That's understandable. Like you said, it worked on the first map, so that makes sense. We will see if the rest is gonna be the same, because it's Ezreal, it's Korotkiy. Is it gonna be Nautilus for them? That could work out as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's cold, but yeah, I was thinking about a jungler just to lock it into not be forced to play something out of your prep due to bans. It's going to be Kartus securing some magic damage output, a lot of magic damage. To be fair with you, that makes a little bit more sense for me now, this composition of Zero Tenacity. The one thing I'm worried is that Melonic will be forced to be playing weak side, because right now you have 3 champions that want to farm up as much as possible.
I mean, that's gonna be even more poke, right? I mean, when you think about it, Kartus is just gonna be more poke because he can just use his ultimate before the fight happens. I love Kartus. Like, I'm the big enjoyer of Kartus. I'm playing it like since basically the release all the time, and I'm playing it on the arena as well because you can use your ultimate 3 times sometimes, so it's OP. You cannot use it.
What?
Yeah, you can use his ultimate 3 times sometimes. It depends on how you play it, but yeah, most of the time after you use the ultimate on arena, Kartus ultimate, he does have 20 seconds cooldown. So you can do it all the time, basically. Unfortunately, you cannot do it in Summoner's Rift, but you don't need to. Kartus is just so strong that one time is enough.
Luckily, you cannot do it on Summoner's Rift. I mean, that would be unplayable. But, okay, let's stick with one Kartus ultimate at the time, and let's stick with a couple of bans for the top lane as well. Back to the game, going with pretty much the same we saw. Zero Tenacity changing the overall outcome of the draft because they decided to ban Galio as well, trying to read out that, hey, they might go with the same thing, and Kozi was unstoppable, so maybe let's not stop him particularly, but his cavalry always arriving on time.
Leona makes sense. Leona makes sense because if you want to play the game when you engage on someone and you one-shot him, Leona makes a lot of sense. But if you want to play a different game, then I would prefer someone like Braum, but he was banned, right? So you cannot go for counter-engage. Renata is open, but you cannot go for Renata. It's gonna be Maokai support.
It is
Okay.
going to be Maokai support, unless Accorder decides otherwise, and hey, Azir is fine too, but I don't believe it. I believe my man, but I not always believe his choices. So yeah, that should be Maokai on the bot lane. Against Leona, you can control the bush, you can disengage somehow with your Q, but what's most important, you just can block Israel. That's shooting at your Ashe, you can W onto him, you can zone him, and then it's basically AD carry versus support on the one side of the bot lane, and on the other, the same scenario.
I mean, Accorder cooked a little bit with this Maokai choice. I mean, Maokai is really strong. We know that he can play with Ashe, definitely. We saw it yesterday, I believe, in the game of Team BDS versus Giant X yesterday in LEC. Maokai didn't win the game, if I recall correctly, yesterday, but he was still very, very strong. Same thing here. I like Kartus choice. I like Korotkiy choice. I like Ezreal as well. So even though I feel like Back to the Game drafted themselves something similar, I still feel that they are a bit stronger right now, like in terms of draft wise. I'm not a big fan of Blues on carry picks. I hate it a lot of times, but I still think that he can definitely carry. He can definitely play this game of carries. The question is he gonna get the kill early on? Because if he does, then it's very easy. If he doesn't, you do have to lose a sweat as Kartus a lot of times.
Oh yeah, and I do believe that Zero Tenacity need to lose a little bit of sweat this time. They need to be more decisive, they need to be faster, they need to be stronger than what we saw on the first map. Otherwise, on elimination, 2 Drakes in the tower? No, that's not the recipe to win the game against Back to the Game. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're arriving on the second map of today's series, where Back to the Game will try to go to WoW. That's the comfort zone in the best of 5 series, to win 2 quick games and then, just try to finish gap. You will have several options to do so, while Zero Tenacity, with their back against the wall, that should be stressful, and I don't believe they've been in such a stressful situation in this year in Ultraliga. Only I remember one thing from the previous split, when they were losing, yes, you guessed it right, against Back to the Game.
Yes, they were losing 2-0, but they managed to come back and reverse sweep the whole series, if I remember correctly. Or do Or do I remember correctly?
Feels like it was. I have it. Zero
No,
Tenacity won
2-1.
the first, then back to the game won 2, and it was 2-1, and then they. Come
Yeah,
back,
so it was I would say a mini reverse sweep, right? Like from 2-1 to 3-2.
Indeed.
But overall, yes, back to the game definitely had their number this night. I mean, they were close to making it work. Unfortunately for them, they were just like, even though Elder Drake didn't help them, but they were doing quite fine. And I'm curious to see what the mid lane is gonna have for us right now, because Ivern was a lot of times being shown for us in the past month or two. But he does have a really low win ratio. He's not like the super strong Ivern. He should be a counter to Karthus. So I don't hate it, because, you know, Karthus decides to go for the ultimate, you just use Redemption and you are strong either way. That makes sense. The question is, are they going to play around this Redemption? Is the Redemption going to be the first item? Is it going to be Moonstone? A lot of questions, but not a lot of answers.
I mean, for me, it feels like Ivern is a nice and decent answer to Karthus, but you are depending mostly on your carries. You're going to be playing with Azir, with Ashe, with your strong champions to deal a lot of damage, to play the crucial role in the team fights, and Ivern will come in online rather late, while the bot lane is starting their blow straight at level 2.
Oh yes, they are. Accorder really felt the power of Z10 right now. A lot of poke down by him, and now the problem is gonna be that, I mean, yes, he's gonna be having some lifesteal, he's gonna be having some sustain, but still, I mean, he needs to be careful because Carter is close by. They can go for the dive if they want to.
It's tough to dive a Maokai, you know that, but it's not like not possible for Leona. Israel just poke him down a little bit more, and then maybe even suicide under the tower just to get the crush on the wave and everything. But with Ivern nearby, that wouldn't be happening. Accorder also, as a Maokai, utilizing his passives, he can sometimes heal up from a single auto, so that's not the worst case in the world for back to the games duo on the bot lane.
That's not. Melonic level advantage for him, so he's gonna be looking for some strengths for himself, obviously. I mean, he needs to be as strong as possible to make sure that they win this map, not the other way around. If you go down to 0, like I said, it's gonna be very, very hard for you to come back.
Yeah, but this time Melonic has more tools to be able to do something on his own. Yeah, Poppy could be the difference maker, just utilizing your ultimate, just disengaging the fight, or, you know, outnumbering enemies. But as Kasante, you have a lot more opportunities to win 1v1. What about 2v1? No, not happening.
I mean, we need to remember that Kozi is still gonna be very, very strong. I mean, he is the famous one-trick Jax. So he's definitely playing towards his strong side. So if we look at comfort zone, Kozi is definitely in there right now. The question is, how is he gonna utilize it?
Oh, right now struggling a little bit, but it's just a laning phase, you know. We've seen worse matchups for Jax, but Kasante is not very pleasant as well. Right now, Melonic on the return. Yeah, nothing is going to happen. I wasn't expecting Shasky to flash for it.
Absolutely not, but he's on the ward all the time. So the question is, Melonic should, he should bait as much as he can the time of Shasky, so he loses time. He makes sure that he's behind, because Karthus right now is getting a lot. Look at that, he's already ahead in terms of camps. So this is exactly what you want to have.
Yeah, Loser needs to be power farming, while Shasky is just, let's put it this way, collecting the camps on his way to securing the lanes in their push or bounce back or whatever they are doing. And you are mostly going with a rather cheap build, as we mentioned before, Redemption and stuff like that. It's not like you're rushing Rabadon's Death Cap, and it's not like Kozi could be doing stuff like that in the future, because Melonic just hit level 6. That's a dangerous angle to be playing on such a low health. So Kozi is coming to a base, Sisyph is trying to delete the wave, but he cannot get any priority, which means they cannot do anything about this Drake being taken by Zero Tenacity.
I mean, this is literally the same situation that already happened. This is literally one-to-one the situation that happened on map 1. Look at the advantage that we have in the mid lane. It's not as big as it was, but it's still 10 CS with the wave being basically even. So I would say Kofte very happy with how the game is going so far for him. But we will see if it's going to continue this way, because right now what Tenacity needs is they need a kill, they need a strong start, they need to make sure that they are the ones in the lead, not the other way around.
Yeah, because it might be similar to what we saw on the map number 1, but the advantage on the mid, on the bot lane are way smaller than before, and back to the game, just, you know, relieved of the pressure of the first map, of the good start of the series right now, can take it a little bit easier. Yeah, the scaling is a different factor in this match as well. You have Kartus to deal with, and it's not an easy champion to deal with, so they need to collect their minds, you know, pick up the ideas and just try to play with it. They cannot just be farming as they did on the map number 1.
Yeah, and Kofte just got a plate. As Korotkiy versus Azir, I mean, I know that Sisyph is the one accepting this choice, but it's kinda making me ask questions like, why do you go for it? I know that Azir is a normal like answer to Korotkiy, but this Korotkiy is definitely winning versus him. So maybe trying to find the other answers, because so far it's not working out in terms of lane management. I know that Azir was doing a lot of stuff. Maybe he thinks that whatever he's going through right now is gonna go back into him during the team fights, because obviously Azir is gonna have a lot to offer. But we will see. We will see.
Yeah, but remember, Sisyph came back to the game number 1 mostly because he got like triple kill on the first team fight.
Exactly.
That was the most gold income he got during the whole map. So if it's not going to happen in this very match, in the map number 2, then the Azir is just going to fall behind, as we see right now, not losing only in terms of the creeps, but overall the control of the lane, the priority, and the plates itself.
Exactly like you said, and now it's gonna be very, very problematic. I mean, when you play against the champs like that, ooh, this arrow was close, very close.
Yeah, no, Dota even flashing
Yeah.
for safety right now. I'm just checking if he's playing with the Hex Flash. Doesn't appear on our screen that the Hex Flash is loading, so probably no. That's going to be problematic for him.
I mean, that's gonna be very problematic for him, because right now, I mean, Leona would love to engage with a flash. She's not gonna have this sort of luxury right now. She's gonna have to give it up, and she's not gonna be going for advantages any on the lanes, but Z10 are happy with that. I mean, yes, they are not in the situation where they get where they are getting everything they want on the map, but if they get another Drake in 2 minutes, they just should be fine.
Yeah, I mean, and it looks like they are going to get it, because who's going to stop Kofte getting Prio, basically off cooldown? Who's going to stop Blurzor from power farming? And he's really, really close to completing his first item. Maybe it could even happen before the next Drake. And Korotkiy and Israel, yeah, not the biggest threat without any items, but still a couple of mystic shots landing on your face, plus the big one from Korotkiy. That's enough damage to throw you out of the river.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, absolutely. Korotkiy right now should be already getting close to his first item, and when he does, I mean, it's just gonna be very, very hard to play versus him. He's just gonna be poking you out. Also, we need to mention that it's not like you have tons of way clear as Z10, but it's fine. I mean, you have Ezreal and Korotkiy, so you can just manage that. But on the other hand, back to the game, they are just playing a slower game than they did last time. They are just playing it slow, making sure that they don't give up the advantages that they had, and I accept that. I think that's a very good idea to play the game right now, because they just want to find the way to throw the arrow as Ashe and play around this arrow, and it's gonna happen sooner or later.
Yep, plus they already have Redemption on Ivern, so that's going to be additional strength in the team fights, as Korotkiy and Ezreal are trying to poke you down, and the Kartus, you were mentioning that the greatest counter to Requiem is basically, you know, pressing your Redemption button and killing everybody up.
I mean, that is, and I absolutely think this way all the time, but it depends on what kind of spot Kartus is gonna be, right? I mean, if he's gonna be 3-0, Redemption is not gonna help you a lot. It's definitely not gonna give you a lot, but when he's in that spot like that, it's definitely giving you some value.
Oh yeah, right now Kartus is 0-0, so there will be value, and there already is a
Close
value
one.
coming from this arrow. It's not an elimination, but it's a summoner, rather important one for Xante, which means no tricks will be played. Oh no, he's still going to be playing some tricks, trying to get Cozy under the tower. Cozy flashing away, getting the hit from Requiem, but it's just Kartus level 8 with one item. That's not something to be scary, but that's enough to scare off back to the game.
I mean, that should let back to the game make some advantages here, right? I mean, oh, stopped recall. Oh my god, he could die. Meloni could die. Okay, never mind. He's not gonna die. Okay, redemption! Cozy!
Shield!
Oh,
he
so
said, yeah, but what a situation, and it's not stopping. We are swapping from the top lane to a different side of Summoner Trigger. Accorder tried to look for something, but he looked straight into the death.
Yeah, he looked straight into the dub. What an unlucky situation for Cozy, but lucky at the same time. It was close that he fell, but overall, he is the one getting the kill right here. I mean, the redemption was played correctly, but the thing is that Melonic was the one who actually managed to, yeah, use his W, I believe, on Cozy. That actually gave him a shot, but overall it didn't matter in the end, because...
And how did Accorder die, basically? Oh, just trying to clear the vision. You know, coming as a duo with Lofen, with Ash, without finished items, you wouldn't dare be thinking about an elimination. That's just a misstep for Accorder, but we can forgive that, because it wasn't the first blood. The first blood came into Cozy's pocket. That's great, great news for the top laner back to the game.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and right now, Melonic trying to dance around Cozy, and he's doing quite fine as Kasante, but Cozy getting angry. He doesn't want to play it this way, he just wants to go for auto attacks. Oh, this arrow was close.
I saw what they tried. Yeah, I mean, Cozy using ultimate so early needed to force Melonic back, and Lopen was trying to predict that it might happen, and he might be in this very place at this very time. But no, Melonic knew something was meant to happen on the top lane, and he played it cool. Right now, 1-1 in terms of eliminations, but speaking about Drakes, it's going to be 2-0 for Zero Tenacity.
It is going to be 2-0 for Zero Tenacity, and this is exactly what they want to do. They want to find advantages for themselves that there is nothing that possibly Back to the Game will be able to do versus that. Because they understand, well, we are 1-0 down, we need to kind of answer. We need to find the answer for ourselves, and what the answer is gonna be. I mean, possibly, it could exactly be playing for Drakes. They already got 2 items. Sol is basically 9 minutes away, so yeah, very happy with that one for them.
But once again, that's not the strongest soul that you would be willing to give your life for, but still something rather useful for champs like Korotkiy, for example, or Kasante. I mean, you can never say no to additional movement speed, but let's not talk about the soul as it might or might not happen in the future. Let's talk about the current stance. We are presented by the gold Kartus, 1k over Ivern. Yeah, we were expecting that Kartus is going to get ahead, but not that ahead. And Cozy, 2 steps forward too much. Right now, he's going to pay the price with some of his health, maybe even more. It's not going to be the entire health, or no, redemption and crystalline arrow coming his way.
Yeah, not this time. I mean, Cozy, he is very happy with what is happening right now. Triforce already there. He is gonna be very strong on the silence, but we need to remember he is equal in levels versus Melonic, so obviously it's not gonna be that easy, but okay, maybe the turn from Z10.
A weird approach. I mean, you're just losing Daisy on the spot, trying to poke down your enemies, but with what? 1 soldier of Azir? 1 or 2 volleys of Ash? No, that wasn't enough. Back to the Game should have looked for a cross-map play, maybe on the bot, maybe into the jungle of the enemy team, but they decided to just stay here and look as Zero Tenacity were finishing the Heralds.
And that's gonna happen. 1700 gold advantage right now for them. That's definitely some good information that they definitely need. But the question is, are they gonna be able to continue that? Because right now, obviously, seeing as what is happening, it looks like it just feels this way that the game is slowly going in the way of Z10. Like it's not going very fast, but slowly, you know, the items are starting to show up. Double Triforce for Korotkiy and Ezreal. There's a mask for Kartus. There's almost a second item, and that's slowly starting to be a problem for them.
Yep, Zero Tenacity has avoided the mistake they did on the map number 1. They don't want to go to a team fight unprepared and even opportunity for back to the game to get a single elimination. Not talking about 5 in a row. The slow approach favors them right now as they are still stacking the tiers, as they are still, you know, trying to itemize the cards. That's a smart way of playing this game. But I do believe that Back to the Game are rather happy with the scaling game on their own, because once again they have this great tool that opens many doors, the side laner.
Exactly. And speaking of side laner, he is fighting right now, all the time basically. And Cassante, I must say, you can see that this is a real comfort right now for Melonic. He is doing quite a nice jump. I like how Kozi decided to use his counter-strike, so he made sure that he stuns Melonic, so he made sure that he got the big minion out of there. So that's very important, because you need to kind of play this way. If you don't play this way, it's gonna give you problems. Same with this Ash Arrow.
How about playing this way with the support downtown from the mid lane, but is it going to be enough? All out being played.
Could be.
The Requiem is on and Kozi is dead.
This is exactly why you pick Kartus. This is exactly the spot where you need Kartus. And the reason Requiem was enough and the first time wasn't enough is because the item that you have right now. I mean, you are almost on 2 items, and this is exactly what Kartus needs right now. And he is very happy with that one. The TP. I thought for a second they want to fight here. Or maybe they do.
Maybe they do, maybe they're going to go, but Sisyph went too deep, trying to catch Harpoon. It's not even going to be a kill onto Erdot. That's the missed opportunity from Back to the Game.
That is a missed opportunity for Back to the Game, but Back to the Game they want to push as well. They still want to have the advantages, especially taking into the account that in 20 seconds there is gonna be the next Drake, the Drake that Zero Tenacity would love to fight for, and I don't think they can. No ultimates for them basically, but if we look on the other side, it's kinda the same.
Yeah, but they are recalling, they are giving up on the position, giving up of the tower basically, because I can see 100 ways for Cocktail to destroying this. He could even like tank 1 or 2 tower shots, but it's not necessarily just going to, he's just going to destroy it with the minion wave and with his teammates prepare the terrain, prepare the area for next dragon slaying. It will be the 3rd Drake for Zero Tenacity, and once again back to the game without an answer to it.
And that's gonna be a very, very tough situation. I mean, even right now, Melonic just playing 1v2, and he is surviving that. Okay, Redemption is gonna make some damage to Melonic, and it is gonna heal Kozi, but that's about it. The arrow will hit, but that's only for the statistic.
Yeah, that's mostly why I'm not a fan of Ashe in this situation. I mean, Lofen is trying as best as he could, and we can see it over and over again. Arrows are flying over the Summoner's Rift, but it's not... I mean, in this very situation we are seeing on the replay right now, it basically baited Kozi to go in and die on the top lane. Nice attempt from Lofen, but attempts are not winning the game. It's the kills, it's the steals, and it's the Nexus 100% that lets you win the game.
Absolutely, and Accorder and Lotan, the duo that definitely can make miracles happen, but this situation is slowly getting out of hand for them. The question is, are they gonna be able to make something worth right now? This Ashe is strong, but like I said, it's a utility carry. It's not gonna carry you the game. It can help you out, but it's not gonna do a lot.
Yeah, and this Maokai skipped Warmox, not going for Liandris. It's a great tool for, you know, landing some CCs onto the enemy team, but no damage, no survivability. Not as much as you would have wanted to. Right now, it should seem like a nice idea for swapping Maokai into the support and then playing with Ivern. Yeah, I saw the reasoning in it, but I don't see the results just yet.
4,000 gold advantage. The Mikaels. But why do we go for Mikaels as Shasku? I
Probably
don't
you're
get
not
it.
worried about Leona, but
But
Ash already has cleanse, so...
Yeah, and I mean, that's just so weird. Why don't you go for Moonstone? I mean, that's not gonna give you anything. But I mean, that's a waste of the item, I feel like. I mean, yeah, if he uses the cleanse, then sure, but I mean, I don't feel like it's gonna give you that much. I feel like you could have Moonstone right now, give way more shields, give way more heals. It's just a very weird situation, in my opinion.
Oh, feels like Shasku is basically betting everything, not only on the strength of his heals and shields, but mostly on the performance of his carries. Right now, Lofen, 2 items, Sisyph struggling to get to the second, but he will surely in some time. But that's not the case for Back to the Game to be looking for fights. They are not strong enough. They try to farm up a little bit here and there, but they need to be ready within the next 2 minutes because the soul is coming Zero Tenacity's way.
The soul is coming. Winter is coming. And Z10 are here to play. They were like, you know what, we got stumped the first game, let's forget about it, let's focus on the next game. And now they are playing textbook, basically, not making a lot of mistakes. The game is very slow, 3 kills in 22 minutes, because they don't want to make any mistakes. They want to make sure that they are the ones getting into the LAN final 3rd of August.
And they want to make sure by securing this Nash. They've been already scouted by the Yash. Erdota lost a lot of health. Maybe that was the opportunity to go to look for something with the Ash's arrow, but no, not this time. Back to the game are still deciding to play it slow, not taking any risk. It's just the 23-minute mark, and they are trying to scratch some of the health from the tier 1 on the mid lane, the most important tower in this current state of the game. It makes me worried a little bit for Back to the Game that they are not taking any action, but at the same time I feel rather happy because most of the times it was Zero Tenacity either stomping them or allowing Back to the Game for a fair fight.
Okay, Cozy.
It's
I
not
mean,
going
he's
to be a
being
fair fight.
stunned down. This is not gonna be the fair fight, but he's running away.
Is trying. The redemption will help him somewhat. Still, half of his health bar remains. Erdota coming in, Cozy without health, without the mana, without the flash, not being able to escape. They lost the top laner. That don't mean that they will lose anything else. Maybe Lofen, if Blurdor feels like pressing the R.
Yeah, Lofen. Oh, nice shield. The shield absolutely saved them there. If not for the shield, Loten is just dead.
Yeah, it's Leandris, it's Malignance, it's a lot of damage coming from just a single ultimate, but the shield, the Ivern is the reason you are alive, and Ivern was the answer towards the Cartus. Alright, so you are able to save one of your teammates, but are you able to save the situation right now? Zero Tenacity just acquired the soul in the 24th, 25th minute of this game.
25 minutes into the game and they were able to get this instantly, basically. And let's be honest, I mean, this is very interesting that they did it so fast, so quickly, so well. And I must say, in my opinion at least, they can just follow it up. They can just follow it up. They can just play for the Elder if they want to. The Elder is gonna be here around 30-minute mark, and with the composition that they have right now, take the Elder, take the Nash, finish the game, simple as that.
Yeah, the trickiest part in that is that how long till Cozy will finally take over the side lane, because right now he's struggling a lot. I mean, Melonic's been controlling the lane, not only in the early game where Xante is just using the base damage, but right now with all of his resistances and armors and anything other than that, he's just 100% controlling what is happening on the side lane, and Cozy struggling to farm up even more. Just look at this. He needs to escape.
Yeah, he's not winning this. He is not winning this. He cannot fight versus Melonic. Melonic is just way too strong, but Azir is coming.
But on the other side, the corner's being caught, and no, he's not tanky enough. He needs to flash out of the way, getting the kills from the redemption, but it's not enough to keep him healthy. No, back to the game, are losing on both fronts right now.
And there's a third front as well. There's Kofta, who just missed a W. Lol. Kofta. Kofta, what are you doing?
Ah,
Look,
it's alright.
I mean, yeah, it just doesn't matter. They are gonna take the Nash either way. The TP, maybe not.
Right, but Cozy is like level 15, he's still short of it. The arrow is going to be tanked by Leona. Maybe the fight after, yeah, one elimination will go in. Maybe the second one will follow. No, Harpoon runs away from this situation. Shasku trying to follow with the flash, but that's not enough. Cozy, what are you doing? 1v3? You are feeling it most definitely, but are you enough? No, my friend, you're not. And then Xante appears on your screen and just shredding through everything and everybody.
That's double kill, but there's also Sisyph. He is in the wrong side of Summoner's Rift, buddy. And there's Korotkiy getting the kill. This is Z10's game all day long. They lost the first one, but it doesn't matter as long as they get the second one.
Yeah, and that's a clean approach on winning this game. I mean, just controlling the lanes, controlling the waves, farming up, and then when you are ready, you know, because you will feel the certain strength, the certain peak of your champion's powers and abilities. And it is right now Korotkiy and Ezreal on 3 items, plus Kasante not letting the Jags do anything on the side lane. And I'm sorry to say, but the Ashe, I don't see and I don't feel any damage, any threat coming from the side of Lofen in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. There is nothing Ashe can do about that right now. I mean,
You can look at this replay once again, but Lofen basically just, you know, coming in, trying to kill what? Leona, and then dealing too little damage to make a difference.
absolutely. And Cozy, I mean, I understand him. He was trying to make something happen, but I mean, you're just too weak. You're just too weak. You tried everything you were supposed to, but you're just not in the spot where you can do something about that. Just not enough. Just not enough firepower right now.
Maybe level 16, maybe 1,000 more gold or so, but that's the history, everybody. We're not going to discuss it. We will focus on the current event, and the current event is that Sisyph somehow survived with the help of his teammates. They are on the counter-attack, trying to delete firstly their daughter, and secondly, yeah, there is no second target for back to the game. They
It's
were
over.
able to just get the support for the price of the Nexus, it seems.
Yeah, it should be over. It's 1-4-3 right now, and Z10 are going for the finish. There's only Cozy, there's only Lotan left. And what is gonna happen right now? It should be Z10 just winning the game. Cozy cannot do anything. Lotan, he would love to do something, but he's only on 3 items. He's not doing anything. It's gonna be an even game.
No, that's not enough. It's going to be 1-1 in this series. One clean game from each side first. Back to the game, surprising everybody of how good they could play against pretty much the strongest team in Ultraliga. And the second game, we should have expected that, because Zero Tenacity played as they are usually playing.
I mean, they played like they're usually playing, and they definitely understood what they did wrong in the first game. And that's the most important stuff, to make sure that you find your weak spot that you had in your map 1 and make sure that you take up the lesson, and he definitely did. He played better, he played like he was supposed to, and just going for everything he needs. And I love that.
Is the damage graph okay? Because it seems like Accorder did more damage than Lofen. And yeah, I addressed this issue before. Ashe is not doing a lot. But just looking at this very graphic prepared by Yukeno, thank you very much, we are seeing that no, you cannot first pick Ashe again, because it's not working out. Maybe the arrows are decent, maybe the scouting with your E is okay, but in terms of damage, you need your AD carry to be dealing damage, not controlling the area.
Exactly, and I mean, back to the game, what they cannot do right now is understand that, well, yes, we lost them up, but we just lost them up. We can still win. We can still win. We can definitely still win the series. They can definitely still make the advantages, and they just need to understand, well, we lost one game, we won one game. Like you said, Majutek, let's pick the side, pick what we want, and come back stronger.
Yeah, let's reset our minds, think about it's just another best of 3. We've been playing them. We are playing, free map block screams. So maybe let's relieve the pressure. We already showed that we can do it once again, but just restart. Just do not repeat the composition. Maybe do not even repeat the side. Maybe let's focus on the most important factor, which I addressed before the game number 1. Cozy on the side lane. Maybe it just wasn't the best matchup for him. Maybe let's not pick the top lane blindly, or any other solution that will come to the brilliant minds of the coaching staff.
I mean, I would love them to go for a Galio plus side laner, but they decided to go for something completely different. I'm not quite sure with that. I feel like there could be there are better ways in which they can play. They just didn't play it as well as they should. So in my opinion, there's a huge room for improvement for back to the game, not only in terms of improving during the game, but also improving for the next series that they are going to play, because they are going to play the next series. So we will see.
Yeah, we shall see how this series will develop and who's going to be playing the next series and who's going to be playing straight on the final. Let's get ready to it, because, yeah, we might be almost halfway into the series, but with the score 1-1, everything could happen, and it will happen straight after the break.
Fighting for my destiny, they're gonna all remember me as legends. We will rise.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. I can go, bro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata esportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia EV6.
crumble under all of my force will fall. Let's make them crawl. And when we finally meet the king,
Fighting for my destiny, they're gonna all remember me as legends. We will rise.
And welcome back after the break, after the two maps that we have seen the best teams in the Ultraliga fighting against each other. Right now, the score is tied, so the third map shall decide the course of this series. And Kasper, I need you to be unmuted.
Yeah, I fixed it. We will see who's gonna be in the advantage right now, because overall, the first two maps didn't tell us a lot. They didn't tell us anything, pretty much, because if we look at this from the honest standpoint, the first map was just a stomp for back to the game with a good draft. The second one was definitely the better draft for Zero Tenacity, in my opinion. So I'm not surprised that it went the way it went.
I mean, the first game was an explanation that back to the game could be punishing every team for the mistakes they make during the game itself, and a nice approach in the draft. I mean, Galio Camille, we will give them that. That was something. But the second match showed us that you need to be thinking constantly. How could Zero Tenacity play against me? What is the strong side? What is the weak side? And stuff like that. You just cannot repeat your draft and repeat it without the strongest tools. As I mentioned before, Camille Galio were absent for back to the game in the map number 2. And the win also went missing. It was Zero Tenacity taking the lead straight from the first level of the game right till the end.
Absolutely, and if they want to play the same way, I mean, I don't mind back to the game playing for the side lanes, but they need to have other win cons as well. Because what we saw in the second game, in the first game, they had Sisyph and they had Cozy. It was Camille and Azir. This time they only had Sisyph, and Sisyph wasn't even ahead from the start because he was really behind and he didn't really enjoy his time. So I feel like you're not gonna be happy about that one. I mean, you do have a lot of things, like I said, that you can learn from, but if you want to win this game, you need to learn quite fast.
Yeah, first of all, swapping sides, back to the game on the red side this time. Second of all, giving up on the idea of an Ashe. They know that Harpoon could easily first pick it, and they know that it wasn't going so well for them. So, Zero Tenacity answer with an insta-lock of Sejuani. That's the ban that went missing from the side of back to the game. Swapped Sejuani for Ashe, and you know why.
Exactly, and now I feel like back to the game are in the situation where they would love to go for some strong picks for themselves. Starting with Tristana, obviously most likely picked for Sisyph, so we know that this is going to be a strong pick. And the second pick, I don't mind them even going for a top laner if they want to go instantly, to be honest.
Maybe a jungler at this instance, maybe an AD carry with some rotations coming from the sides of the red side teams, you know, going with a mid laner early. Is it going to be Amumu? I mean, feels like a champion for this series and feels like a lock-in for... Oh, yeah, is it going to be Shaskus or Accorder? What do you think?
It should be Shasky. Should be Shasky, right? I mean, Amumu is quite strong right now, but I'm gonna tell you right now, I wouldn't be surprised if it's gonna be Accorder. We know that this guy can definitely cook, so I don't mind if they decide to go for Accorder with this one.
Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking about the possible pair up with Misfortune to just utilize those two ultimates perfectly, and maybe it's going to stay a flex pick till the end of this draft. We shall see later. Right now we are experiencing Zero Tenacity completing the solo lanes for themselves, Renekton for the top lane and Korotkiy for the mid lane. It's not the Korotkiy that used to match Tristana so well on the mid lane. Right now, with some adjustments here and there, Tristana seems a little bit stronger, but Kofte showed us that he's in a really good form today, and it's the Sisyph that should be paying attention to details.
Well, exactly, that's the thing, right? We already saw Korotkiy being very strong today, so I don't mind Korotkiy being picked. Especially, we need to take into the account what can happen. And what can happen is possibly you can go into the situation where, for example, Tristana in the late game is just going to be useless, and, well, they decide to go for a Jax as well. I don't like it.
I like that you're still back to the game, are still thinking about Cozy and the matchup and the potential for him to carry this game, but yeah, I don't like it. I feel like the Jax wasn't the cleanest one against Xante in the game number 2, and right now Renekton Sejuani, if they decide to camp your lane, you are not going to exist in this game.
I mean, that's the thing, right? If they decide to do it, that's gonna be a very big issue right now. So we will see if they decide to do it, because, I mean, there's obviously a possibility of trying to go for this sort of things, and we know how they tend to work out. They tend to work out very alright, especially, we already know from Orbit Anonymous days, where they didn't even need to camp the lanes. What they need to do is they just needed to hide in the bush, and then Chips with, obviously, Neramin were just playing it very, very well.
Yeah, but it's not the times, the good old times of Orbit Anonymous Esports. Are these the times of Zero Tenacity's reign over the Ultraliga? Is the back to the game the only team that could possibly stop them in this very season, in this very series? Maybe even. I'm just looking at the bans coming from both sides. No AD carries. I mean, no S tier AD carries left besides Zeri and Jinx, probably. Zeri being taken for Loten. So Harpoon, it's up to you to answer.
And that's the great question, Majutek. What is he gonna answer with? I mean, it's Zeri, so the best situation would be to answer with a carry. And this time, if it's gonna be Zaya, I would love to see Rakan. Just go Zaya Rakan. I mean, straight up, I would love it. I feel like this would be a very simple draft. It would give you a lot of engage. It would give you a lot of disengage. Rakan works very well with Sejuani, with Rakan, with Renekton. So, yeah, I think that should be it. I think this is what they should go for. Rakan would be best, but it's all up to Erdota, what he wants to go for.
Yeah, there are still champions like Leona and Nautilus, for example, and he decides to go with something that's overall better in terms of a champion. I do agree with you on that Zaya Rakan is rather exciting to watch against Zeri, that doesn't have much to say in the early game. That would be a potential to look for a 2v2 elimination, but not right now. I mean, not with this setup. The setup is going to be Zaya Leona playing against Zeri, and our Alistar makes a lot of sense here.
He does make a lot of sense, but that's the thing, right? I mean, when you play Leona Zaya versus Alistar and Zeri, this forces you to be in the situation where it's going to be quite tough. Last time, I remember that when they played and it was 1-1, it was actually Back to the Game who played Zeri, and they won. So, I'm not saying anything, but I see a pattern here. Maybe just a Zeri that works very well versus Zero Tenacity, who knows?
Maybe Loten on a champion that he could actually be carrying with, because we saw Ash, we saw what happened, and even in the game number 1, I wasn't convinced by his doing. Yeah, some nice arrows, some nice assistance here and there, but mostly it was a show of then a guy named Cozy, who will be the main actor in this very series, who will be the main actor in the next upcoming third map. Zeri feels like a place for her. I mean, you need to be playing around Sejuani and Renekton and Leona trying to get on top of you, but ain't Zeri the best champion for situations like this, when everybody is just trying to engage on you and you are kiting back with your ultimate?
I mean, yeah, that's a possibility. You can try to play around those things, definitely, and sometimes Zeri can be so strong that you don't really need anything apart from that. I mean, she could be just so strong that you're gonna be in the situation where even if they get on top of you, she's just gonna one-shot everybody. Especially in the hands of Loten. I mean, this is the first time in the series that Loten plays actually a real carry.
Yeah, and I am excited to see how it goes. Plus, the Amumu peak in the jungle. Let's stop for this for a moment. We didn't see Amumu like ever in this split. I do believe ever in this year in Ultraliga. I've seen Amumu once in the second division paired with Misfortune, just to utilize the full potential of those two ultimates. But in this very scenario, I don't know, is it good against Sejuani? Is it good against Zaya? No, Zaya can just Featherstorm. So why a Mumu? I'm really curious. How did Shasku came up with this idea?
I mean, maybe it's just his way to put the pressure. I mean, yeah, maybe she can Featherstorm, but maybe you can try to bait it out. I'm not sure.
All right, Kozi is cheating right now, everybody. Let's see how he's extending the lead in the gold right now.
Yeah,
Just
he's just
fishing.
waiting. Yeah, he's just waiting, making
but,
sure that he can
you know.
find himself a nice fish.
And there she goes. +1 gold. That's a 3 gold advantage for the top laner. If
I mean,
that's
yeah.
not going to snowball, then I don't know.
I mean, that's just called being a broken champion. You just get 1 gold for a fish that you took.
Yeah,
That's a
1
scam.
gold for staying basically AFK for a couple of seconds. But yeah, it is how it is. It's not going to be a difference maker, everybody, but it's still a nice feature to know that you can acquire some gold just by fishing in the river.
I mean, that's great, but is it really that big of a deal? It's not, obviously.
Nah.
Melonic is gonna be in the situation where he will be just dominating the situation. Either way, he's the Renekton. I mean, the damn Renekton. I hate this champion, honestly. For me, I hate every meta where Renekton is in. I just hate it because for me, I'm gonna be honest, this is the most useless champion that there was ever in the history of the game. I've never seen. Yeah, in my opinion, this champ is useless. He doesn't do anything unless he's 5-0. But spoiler, every champion is doing something when he is 5-0.
So you're not liking a lot of metas in the League of Legends lately?
I mean, I hate Renekton. I'm just honest with you. Because why do you pick Renekton? Tell me, why do you pick Renekton? Majutek, just give me 2 examples. I'm gonna counter both of them because I'm expecting a slow start, right? So let's talk about it.
In this very scenario, you are picking Renekton as a blind pick because he has decent matchups, and paired with Leona, you're actually giving him a nice opportunity for a kill on the top laner. So that's the first reason I can see and actually reason with you about this Renekton pick.
And yes, it makes sense that way, obviously, because you want to play towards the strong side that you have, but you can play different champs. You can play Jax, for example. He's tanky as well. He gives you advantages as well. He can win trades, definitely. He does have some hard matchup like Gragas, for example. You hate to play Jax into Gragas because he counters you at all. And speaking of Gragas, he's tanky as well. He gives you engage as well. He's magic damage and he can do a lot of things. What else? Camille, she can split push. She can give you more utility. Renekton doesn't even give you engage. The only engage that he has is basically his W, right?
I mean, yeah, but there are some cases where Renekton level 13 or so at 2 items is just tanky enough to be your acting tank for now, but you know, answers with a lot of damage. In rare occasions, you can see Renektons going for like Eclipse and Sundered Sky and stuff like that to try and one-shot the enemy AD carry. But before you can actually do that, you need to get close to them, and that's yet another problem. You have your slice and dice, yeah, you have your abilities, but if you go too far deep into the enemy positions, then yeah, you're Renekton. You probably cannot out-trade all 5 of them.
And that's the thing. I mean, yes, you can go deep into the team fight, try to find a way to heal yourself up. You do heal yourself up. You are a tank. What I would say is Renekton is very good in one thing, in diving. You can dive very well if you have an AP jungler. For example, Renekton Diana, Renekton Lilia, Renekton Nidalee, the famous duo, right? Because why Renekton Nidalee works so well? Because Renekton uses his W and then she hits the spear because the target doesn't move.
Yeah,
So that's perfect.
That's
And
great, yeah.
yeah, and I liked it. Overall, I like it in this sort of scenarios. But when you pair Renekton with Sejuani, when he's your AD source and you basically have no AP damage because your only AP damage is Sejuani, I don't like it then. Sorry, I'm just not a big fan of it.
Well, right now, for the lane itself, it's not so bad that the Renekton's been picked. You are a lane dominator in some occasions, and it feels like this very occasion for Melonic, just to be playing safely and returning the damage, as we can see right now. But there will be a case that Jax simply outscales you.
yes, there will be a case in which Jax outscales you. A lot of cases right there, like that, because Jax is just gonna. I mean, he's just gonna wait. He can just use his Counter Strike way better in the better occasions. And looking at what is happening right now, back to the game, they don't want to wait. They want to go for a fight right now. And speaking of Jax and Renekton.
Yeah, Jax will be dead. Surely that's the first blood for the Renekton, thanks to Erdote and his quick response, and looks like Zero Tenacity, especially Blurzor, can continue his goal of taking 3 Void Grabs, or maybe not. Shaski is still hovering around, and we are seeing the replay of this very action before something happens, and as simple as it is, Cozy uses his flash, but Erdote does the same, and as easy as it sounds, it's just the first blood for the Renekton.
Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. But it's the Renekton overall, and with the kill lead, he may be able to do something. For example, build his Stride Breaker a little bit faster. That could give him some advantages. Good play by Erdote. If not for this first blood, this Renekton wouldn't have a perfect life. He does have the advantage right now, and he's gonna have even a bigger advantage right now because he's gonna farm this wave. So yes, Renekton right now, he is playing very well.
But what about the other pieces of this masterpiece called Zero Tenacity? Korotkiy, itemizing rather defensively with the boots and just trying to farm up and scale. Sejuani, no, we don't expect much from Sejuani before level 6. Maybe right now Blurzor will try and look for an opportunity. And when we are looking at the bot lane, I mean, first of all, Erdote had enough time to rotate from bot to top and get the first blood for his top laner, while Harpoon was just happily farming, not losing too much. So hey, in the end, Zero Tenacity once again starting with a rather good early game, and that's not good news for back to the game, because they need to do something with the champions they drafted. I want to see Amumu and Alistar playing, but I don't believe it's their time to play on the bot lane.
Well, Amumu still haven't recalled. He recalled once, and he recalled after the first puffing ended. Now he's gonna finally recall. So let's see what he has in store for us, because this is literally his first recall, so he should be in for something comfortable. Only that?
Comfortable shoes, yeah.
I mean, yeah, but those are like, I don't know, sandals shoes. I mean, they are not doing much. Definitely not doing much. I mean, didn't get a lot. I'm surprised. Shasky, I thought he would be able to get something out.
Alright, they got the information about Blurzor trying to steal the red buff. They are about to go in right now. That's the one stun, that's the second, that's the third, and that shall be...
Oh, no way.
Blurzor on don't say no.
No, he shouldn't be able to survive that. No way, right? I mean...
He is.
Okay, never mind, I guess. Never mind. Sisyph!
Sisyph on the mid lane going in. Kofte dodging the Alistar's combo, and right now coming in with a response. Yeah, Kofte got it. The Ignite will not consume his life, and Accorder is there alone and lost, giving away the third elimination for Zero Tenacity. Oh, what a tragedy for back to the game.
Like you said, he is there alone at Lost, and he is dead. Not much he could have done. Very, very unlucky for back to the game. I felt like the idea was right, but apart from that, they didn't do a lot. And Shasky right now, he's gonna be running back. I mean, that's one thing that Moon can definitely do a lot, but wow, what an unlucky situation.
Yeah, not killing Blurzor there on the red buff. That was the first unlucky situation, or actually unprepared situation, because I do believe that Shasky still had his ultimate. They could have played it better around the CC chain. What is Cozy doing? Disrespecting or just baiting? Recalling? I don't know. But in other words, losing hard is very, very much up on the top. And just look at Melonic! Casually walking up, taking the plate. Thank you very much. Maybe even I will dive here! Or maybe...
I mean, Melonic is very happy with what is happening right now. This Dominus is just way, way too good, and well, there is a reason why Renekton's ultimate is called Dominus, because it is dominating.
If I were Cozy, I wouldn't come back to this very lane. Just look at the gold div. It's 2k. It's almost 2k within the first, like, what, 11 minutes?
Yeah, that's disgusting. And I mean, Jax can still do a lot. He can definitely still come back into this game, but Renekton, when he's in the spot like that, even though he's going, he's usually going tank, he can just go for Eclipse. And this Renekton is gonna be doing something. I can take that back.
And not only Kozzy did come back to the lane and right now need to escape. You have nobody to be playing. Or Kozzy, I'm not sure about your attempt in this trade. Melonic still has flash, and yes, you have the friends coming your way, but it's not going to be good for them. Maybe you can toss Erdota around. Maybe you can try and look to kill Leona, but you're not going to succeed this very mission. And I don't want to remind you, but hey, we are losing on every possible position.
Oh, that's not looking good. 4k advantage soon to be had by Z10. Very, very nice for them. They understand how strong they are and they just play around that. They understand that, hey, I mean, we can just play towards our strong side all the time we want. And yes, Sisyph will TP. Sisyph will be able to survive, I would say, the mid game that is gonna be not the best position, but it's Tristana. She doesn't want to survive the mid game. She wants to dominate the mid game, and this is not what she is doing right now.
Just look at this, trying to get Erdota on the scope, trying to do something about it, but then Leona just decides, no, I'm going to engage on you, thank you very much for positioning this way, and the elimination comes towards Zero Tenacity, as basically everything in this match. They only gave up on, like, what, one Drake, because they wanted to take the Void Grabbies first. Well, they are going to get the second threat as well. It's going to be 6 Grabbies for Renekton that's already almost destroyed the tower on the top lane. For Korotkiy, that's just feeling very, very good at the side lane. Maybe a response right now. Melonic uses his ultimate. He's still trying to do something, but the CC lock might be too much. Kozzy getting the kill in return.
And this is what they needed. Finally, something good happening for back to the game. They waited a long time, but finally they got it. They were able to even get some plates for Kozzy, so that's definitely good information. But Kozzy is 70 CS versus 120 from Renekton. I mean, yes, he got something, but, well, he's far, far away from being happy.
That was an okay play from back to the game, just trying to, you know, give Kozzy a second chance of playing this game right now, trying to give something to Lofen, but Erdota says, no, I'm just going to flash out of the way, while my team is destroying the tier 2 on the top lane. It's just the 14th minute mark. We were supposed to be taking plates, not tier 2 tower.
Exactly, and Shasky and Loten, they would love to go for Melonic, but he's still very, very strong. He doesn't have Dominus.
Yeah, they know that he has no ultimate, no flash whatsoever, and pretty much no chance of surviving this very gang. Lofen getting the elimination in the end. That's the Zeri you want to be playing for. That's the Mumu with his kids to be providing some eliminations. So, are you coming back to the game or just pretending?
I mean, 3k advantage still, but yes, definitely those 2 kills help, especially that they went into the Jax, into Loten pocket. So those are the kills you are gonna be needing. And Renekton right now, even though he was very far ahead, right now he is not. I mean, he died twice. This Eclipse is not gonna be scaling as well into late game, and Shasky
felt dangerous, but no, Kofte still has flash. Kofte knows that he is surviving those, but is Kozzy surviving this? 1v1 against Sejuani. Blurzor has no ultimate, but he has the stun, he has the damage coming from his passive, and enough mana to utilize the full combo. Okay, Kozzy's out.
I mean, he was able to survive that, but Kozzy, he needs to be careful where he decides to recall. Blurzor could chase him, but yeah. Safe recall over a board, and let's see what is gonna happen right now. Harpoon in the mid lane, nice items already for him. Do you see Harpoon being a carry in this game, Majutek?
I mean, as a Xayah, there's always the case if you are the real carry, you know, trying to go in and play with your feathers aggressively, or you're just, okay, I'm dealing damage, but I'm responsible for myself and only that, so I need to be playing, you know, in the back lane, I need to be worried about my ultimate and stuff like that. So there are obviously two sides of Xayah players, one of them going aggressively, trying to follow up the engage, and the other just, I'm providing damage, don't worry about me, but it's not going to be a lot of damage. When we are talking about Harpoon, I feel like he has an instinct. He tends to be playing aggressively, but that might turn against them.
The TP from Kozi, they want to go for the fight, Majutek. That could work out for them. That is stun, Erdota is almost dead.
And Harpoon is the next target. Featherstorm coming in.
Nice.
A nice route onto two players. Melonic coming in. It looked nice on the first glance, but right now I'm not sure if Back to the Game are winning those. They are still trying to fight.
They are.
Shasku getting an elimination. Shasku just looking at the Harpoon, but without the cooldowns, I don't believe they can do much about it right now. Loten, Melonic wasn't expecting that, and he's a dead crocodile. Kozi jumping in alongside with Sizzip. Is it an ace?
Well, apparently it is almost an ace. Unofficial ace, I would call it, because Leona just came back to the game. It took them some time, but now definitely they are online, they are in this game, and they understand this TP was a good play.
It was, but firstly look at Melonic going for a long flank, and he arrives on this team fight right now, you know, trying to do some damage while two of the players were already dead, and Renekton struggling to find the position, struggling to go on to one specific target right now, you know, just running around, losing health, allowing Lofen to come back into this team fight, and your strongest asset, the Renekton that just stomped the lane, is not playing his role in this very game.
He definitely is not, and back to the game. I mean, they are not quitting. They are just not quitting. They are like, you know what? We know we are not in the greatest spot. We know that we are not maybe strong right now, but we don't care. We are gonna beat you either way, and they are just fighting all the time. They are making sure that they are in the spot where they need to be, and maybe speaking a little bit about what's next for them, because obviously they just won the fight, but they are gonna need to give this rate up. If they take this tier 2, they would be very happy, but obviously it's not gonna be that easy, because a lot of wave clear on the side of Zero Tenacity. Xayah is clearing wave very fast, but back to the game. They want to go for a mid lane.
Yeah, tier 1 is a wiser approach to sieging than just straight up rushing towards the tier 2 tower, and now Sizzip answering to what Melonic was doing with his TP, leaving his team in a disadvantageous position. It's right after the Drake, so nothing will happen straight after it. It's the moment of the game that everybody is just trying to farm up and think, how do we want to approach this mid section of the game? The Nash is about to spawn, but we are not strong enough to take it. Renekton lost his power and Jax is catching up, so we need to reconsider playing the side lanes. Korotkiy and Xayah are in a nice spot, so yeah, we need to create environment for them to feel okay in the teamfight, but teamfights are not coming rather shortly. It's up to the side lane game, I shall say. And I'm looking at Tristana. I'm thinking that Sizzip might be strong enough to even be playing against Renekton, because he can always jump out with the rocket jump, he can always use his ultimate, and with the footwork, he can always kite him back.
Absolutely, and Blurzor, he's gonna be the main source of engage with Leona, obviously, and they are gonna be looking for the strong side, but, well, they are gonna need more than that. I mean, I would say they are getting outscaled in this game. Like, Zeri is gonna be scaling better into the late game than Xayah. Yes, Tristana is gonna be scaling a little bit worse than Korotkiy, but still, it's not gonna be that big of a difference. Jax is gonna be outscaling Renekton all day long, and the junglers are gonna be basically doing the same thing. So, in my opinion, Back to the Game are happier going into the longer game than going into the shorter game.
Yeah, and not to focus only on scaling, I would focus on two positions, rather one position and two players, the AD carries. Loten has all the draft and all the tools in his hand to be the carry in his team, while Harpoon is more like, you know, I'm just trying to control the terrain with you, just put some feathers down, I can disengage on my own, it's okay, but will I put as much damage as Loten? I'm not sure that Harpoon could do that.
Exactly, and the fight could be coming in. The Baron Nashor is available right now for the taking, so every single fight could maybe even mean finishing up taking the Nash. But back to the game, I like the way they are playing. They're like, okay, we just won the team fight. It was a very close team fight, but overall we are the ones getting advantage in that team fight. What we want to have right now is at least 3 items for Zeri and 2 items for Jax. When they get it, I can guarantee you we are gonna see a jump in activity from them. They already almost have 3 items from Zeri, maybe even could have after she takes the wolves. And then Jax should be just about to take the second item as well, so I think he's very, very close to being very happy. And then back to the game, they are gonna be like, you know what, let's fight.
Yep, it feels like it, most certainly, and you know, just skipping from the phase that nothing is happening because the Drake was recently taken. It's 1 minute and 30-ish seconds towards the next Drake, so everybody is farming up towards the power spikes you just mentioned. Loten should be really, really close into the third item coming in, and Cozy can just stick onto the side lane for however long it takes, because he has TP and he's matching Renekton finally. At least it feels like he's matching Renekton. So there's really nothing to hurry, nothing to worry about. Yeah, Lofen just completed the Hurricanes for himself. This Zeri is ready for the fight.
Definitely 500 gold advantage for Z10, but this gold, it doesn't matter right now. This gold doesn't matter at all. Like I said, what they need is Jax on 2 items, and he's right now coming back into the base. If he does have 2 items, I can guarantee you back to the game are gonna be looking for the fight. Is it the second item for him?
Oh, he's waiting in the base.
I mean, if he's waiting, yes it is.
Yeah.
I mean, then just fight. Honestly, just fight. You have 2 item power spike on Jax, 2 item for Amumu, very tanky items. Advantage if you look at Sejuani. 3 items on Korotkiy, sure, but there is also almost 3 items on Tristana. 3 items on Loten, but Harpoon also, he doesn't have 3 items. Yes, Accorder doesn't have his Warmogs because he decided to go for a full boots, but still, he's gonna be very, very tanky. He is Alistar in the end, so yeah, just go for the fight back to the game.
And they are just going for it, trying to start with the tanks, but the tanks are not tanky enough to withstand what is happening, what is coming their way. Sisyph basically 1v1 in Kofte, and then jumping in for more action as 0 Tenacity players are lying dead on the ground, all 4 of them.
I mean, like I said, I mean, it's simple as that. Your carry has more items. Your second carry has more items. Who's gonna win? I mean, surprise, surprise, you're gonna win. I mean, League of Legends is just that simple. And back to the games are right now picking up the fruits of it. It's 0 Tenacity, who are like, yeah, let's fight for the crop, let's go for it. Well, you cannot go for it versus Amumu and Jax, because you're gonna be CC chained. Blues have definitely picked it up. He's playing plated steel cups. He's literally in a CC chain, he cannot do anything. Sisyph wasn't even in the fight for the most of the time. All of this damage was without Tristana, basically.
Yeah, Tristana was 1v1 in Korotkiy, but I want to point out one thing. Lofen wasn't touched, even the slightest, in this team fight. It was just the engage and tons of damage coming from back to the game. So I want to ask you, Kasper, did the time come and back to the game already outscaled 0 Tenacity, and it's going to be even worse for them?
They are not outscaled yet. We are 25 minutes into the game, and that's basically it. But I feel like I feel like right now in this sort of situation, Loten is already so strong that he's gonna be the main problem. He doesn't have the flash right now, so this is maybe the window of an opportunity that they can go for the fight. But other than that, I don't think they win the fight.
Okay, is it a nice flip from Zero Tenacity? Just putting a lot of effort into the tower on the top lane. Blurzor is here trying to cover, trying to answer, but as Accorder is appearing on the map, they are the one chasing. And hey, Lofen is already there. Blurzor needs to use his ultimate defensively, and that will be all they will pay for this overstep.
Absolutely, and Kofta and Blurter right now running away, but they are doing a nice job of that. They will be able to run away. The question is who's gonna take the next Drake? That's gonna be the real one.
Yeah, it will be a question. Indeed, it will be an important Drake, definitely, for both of those formations. But most important thing is what will happen. They went for Cozy, and that was the one bad step. Luckily for them, Shasky wasn't in position to pull the trigger, but he is right now in the position to cover his team in the advancement on the top lane, trying to secure the tier 2. It's not an easy job. Zeri has rather short range, and Melonic has no problems because nobody was trying to defend this.
Absolutely, and right now, back to the game, slowly but surely getting themselves another advantages over to their side. The items are starting to show up. I mean, and somehow they like I cannot believe we are in the spot where they are just playing so well. Like, still, it felt like yeah, Z10 are gonna go to 1, but well, apparently not. Cozy is just about to hit level 16.
Kasper. Didn't you know that the comeback, it's written in their name, back to the game?
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about it. But then Zero Tenacity should have 0 wins, but they have a lot of wins.
No, they should have Zero Tenacity, which means no Mercurial threats or stuff like that.
Well, that makes sense because Blurzor is playing plated Slick-ups for whatever reason. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure why he went for it, honestly.
Yeah, that's Zero Tenacity, my friend. We are not resisting. We are not resisting. Back to the game. We'll try to convince them to resist some of it because we cannot see just a clean fight after a clean fight, can't we? Back to the game right now on their heels, trying to back a little bit because they do no longer have the Baron Nashor really powerful buff. They got 2 tier 2 towers out of it. They bought some times with the time and the gold, bought some items, and hey, Zeri just finished the full Infinity Edge. That's the 4 item level 16 Zeri.
Yeah, she is disgustingly strong right now. When she gets into the fight, resets should be happening. They definitely should be happening, and we will see. We will see if she'll be able to do that. But I think she should.
And right now it makes a lot of sense that Accorder is trying to escort Lofen pretty much everywhere, just setting up a trap, just trying to maybe test the damage coming from Zeri, maybe onto Melonic, feels like it. No, nobody's pulling the trigger right now. The tower is more important. They are just trying to secure it and run back.
6-11, still advantage for back to the games in terms of kills. But in terms of overall what is happening on Summoner's Rift as well, they have the advantage. They should have the advantage in vision as well. And now, 29 minutes in, this Drake could be exactly what turned this game around, because the Drake is 44 seconds in and the Nash is 50 seconds in. So whoever wins the fight on the Drake should have the Nash as well.
I am almost certain that back to the game have rather low interest in this Drake. They would prefer the Nash, but since it's like 12 seconds apart, they don't want to allow any sneaky attempt on killing this. Just, you know, a standard play through the mid lane, and they try to decide based on the enemy team movement, what shall we do? Feels like a movement towards the Drake, allowing Zero Tenacity to take the position on the Nash. But with Xayah, that's not the fastest Nash in the world, so if you can gamble it, looking at Zero Tenacity movement, they will try to answer, maybe retake the position, I don't know, swapping towards the Nash when the Drake is already gone.
Yeah, free Drake. And yes, they do have positional advantage over over there, but it doesn't matter that much. Let's see what Back to the Game are gonna do. Slowly approaching, but this Nash is not going down that fast, so it should be okay. Nice ultimate.
No, 2 ultimates just to stop Shaski, so the Nash is done, the Nash is secured for the price of at least 1 elimination. We will see it. Maybe the second one, Blurzor, I'm not seeing a situation of you escaping, and Kofte, oh, you should be worried as well. Maybe it will be 3 eliminations for Back to the Game in the end. The 2 already came in, and oh my god, he almost went away with the sneaky recall. But
I mean,
not
he still
the-
can.
He's flashing out. He's getting the wave. No, he's just buying time. He is a dead man, that's for sure, but he's bought enough time. So Kofte and Erdote could respawn and play the defense to the base.
Okay, so they got the Nash, they got it on 2 people, but Back to the Game most likely are gonna get the mid lane inhibitor. So it's a mid lane inhibitor plus a Drake. I feel like Back to the Game are playing towards their win cons better. I feel like this should definitely give them advantage. Because look, they will take it, and now they can even take the side lanes waves and just recall. That's it.
And just stop the usage of the Nasher. One min has already passed, so not a lot of time to play with this powerful buff for Zero Tenacity right now. That was a nice attempt of taking the Drake, and you know, great attempt on stopping Shaskut. First the Solar Flare, second the Glacial Prison, everything onto the Amumu, meaning that he cannot get in. But then it was just a cleanup for Back to the Game, and luckily for them, it was 3 eliminations, not 1, not 2, it was the 3 important eliminations that allowed them to open the inhibitor on the mid lane.
Okay, and right now, Corridor just the replay of what happened. Important kills going the way of Back to the Game, but this game is not done yet. Like you said, Majutek, they are back in this game, but now they should have the nickname stay in this game because they need it. They need to stay in this game.
They need to stall for like 1 minute before the Nash runs out, and then set up the position for a potential soul, I mean Mountain Soul, onto the Jack. As if he wasn't tanky enough already, that would be game-changing. Not only for him, but for Amumu and Alistar. I mean, 3 huge tanks. Who's going to get them? Korotkiy, Xayah? I really doubt that.
Yeah. I mean, that's the way. That's the way they can try to play it. Just play around Korotkiy and Xayah. Just make sure that Harpoon or Kofte die quickly, and then apart from that, they don't have any damage. It's Renekton, Sejuani, and Leona, so there is no damage.
Yeah, they put too much faith into Harpoon this game. I mean, he's playing rather okay, but that's the champion diff. If we swapped the champs, if Harpoon were to be playing Zeri, even 1-2 Zeri with 3.5 item, I would be rather happy about the current Z10 stance in this game and position, but just looking at the current stuff and even taking into account that Harpoon completed Infinity Edge, Lofen is full item ahead of him and a full champion ahead of him.
I mean, Loten, he doesn't need anything right now. What he needs, I mean, he preferably would love to have GA, but yeah, he's so strong right now that he doesn't even need it. If he survives in a team fight, they win. Simple as that, because the damage output that he's just gonna have is just gonna be too brutal.
Yep, it is. And the brutal thing is that nobody can answer to Cozy, and he's doing on the side lane. Nobody can outrange Sisyph in his attempts, meaning that Zero Tenacity are rather fond of, you know, carrying their hands together, grouping up, trying to play a team fight, then a standard trying to poke down and find 1 elimination game. Kinda ramming right now, while Sisyph is just taking the precious time on the side lane, trying to put some pressure, as tried Shaskyu, but luckily for the Zero Tenacity roster, it landed on the creep.
Oh, look at that damage from Loten. He is just making sure that they get the advantages, and right now, they almost always are gonna have the advantage, and nice the ultimate. Shaskyu engage!
Everybody onto Melonik. Melonik is dead. How Zero Tenacity can answer to it? Harpoon is basically on the melee range, but look at the damage output he's not that problematic for back to the game. Team members, they are all well and alive and facing towards the Drake that's going to be the mountain fall for them.
I mean, you had your problems as Zero Tenacity trying to get rid of the members of Back to the Game. Now you're gonna have it even more, because I'm not quite sure how are you gonna kill them with the Mountain Soul on 3 Mountain Drakes. Literally, this additional shield is gonna give them a lot of value.
Right now, Jax is having like almost 150 armor, plus his ultimate on the level 3 ultimate is going to be like 200 plus of armor and 150 magic resistance. That's more than enough, taking into account the shield from the Sterak and the movement speed and healing and everything coming his way. Jax is a beast, yes, but the Drake gives the most value to the tankiest members of your team. I would love to take a look at Amumu's statistic, but it's up to the production to show it. Right now, production decide to show the Nash, and I know why, because Back to the Game are about to kill it on Fawn.
Well, are they? Because Bluzer is there and the team is... Okay, never mind. Korotkiy... I mean, Bluzer is not even gonna be in the position to do something about it.
No, they are not going to allow him. He even flashes away to save his life, and they can get nothing in return. I mean, 2 members of Zero Tenacity playing the bot lane, trying to what? Push the wave peacefully because they are too afraid of Syzyf. Right now is a tough position for Zero Tenacity to be playing in. If they survive the next 5 minutes, then at the Elder, everything can happen. But right now, I feel like Back to the Game needs to tear the base open. 1 inhibitor will not be enough in this case.
Absolutely. Now, Loten and Shasku. The duo that plays very well, because Shasku, he's not the carry of the team. He's on 1 kill right now. He doesn't have to be the carry of the team. But he's setting things up to perfection, basically, for them. And Back to the Game are just playing so well. They are utilizing this Baron Nashor. Now what I want to see from them is some bravery. I want to see them going for a 2nd inhibitor. I want to see them take 2 inhibitors and then play for the Elder Tree.
Yeah, Amumu and Alistar has their flashes, so I will be looking forward to some crazy engages. Maybe it won't happen on this very wave, maybe they want to play it slowly, maybe firstly Cozy taking the inhibitor on the mid lane, but then I would love to see a hardcore engage. That's the most interesting and exciting thing about League of Legends, the team fights, but that's actually the opportunity for the enemy team to come back. So I understand why Back to the Game plays slowly.
Well, Back to the Game engage, and now it could be the fight they were waiting for. Erdota is dead, Harpoon is basically dead, there is nothing Zero Tenacity can do to stop it. It's a double kill, and Back to the Game understand they are not only back in this game, they are back in this series. They are about to win this series if it continues in this fashion.
Yeah, and they will win this game without any doubt, ladies and gentlemen. That was a comeback indeed. That was the performance from Back to the Game indeed. And looking at the damage, yeah, I meant it when I said that Xayah is not the real threat, not the real carry. Lofen did over 10k damage, more than Harpoon.
I mean, I'm not surprised. He played it very well, and he played it like he was supposed to play it. Absolute perfection from Loten, and this is what they need. Like I said, when he's on the carry, he's gonna be very strong. He's gonna be super strong, and that's what they need. That's what they need. That's the fight they are gonna be. That's the games they are gonna be playing against, and that's what we need to see from them.
I mean, hats off to Back to the Game. First of all, they were able to cleanly win the game number 1 after mistakes from Zero Tenacity, obviously. Then after getting a huge hit in the game number 2, I mean, that was devastating for them in the game number 3 to make such a comeback. And this series, I hope, is far from over. We've seen Back to the Game in the spring split, leading in a best of 5 against Zero Tenacity. We've seen it all. It was 2-1. I don't want to remember everybody what happened afterwards. I would see the continuation of this story with a far different ending.
We will see if we are about to see it, because like I said, it's not gonna be that easy. Zero Tenacity decides to counter it with the red side again, the side that they last time won.
The red side it is for them, and I do believe that's the good approach for Zero Tenacity. They just need to be focusing once again on the most important players of their team. Kofta is having rather nice series, not struggling in the laning phase whatsoever and delivering in the later stages of the game, but Harpoon needs to be your main carry, and you need to stop Cozy, because you have stopped Cozy in the early game, as we were discussing. Yeah, Renekton is good in some situations, and it was the very situations we've been talking about. What happened after? Outscaling, brutal outscaling presented from Cozy.
Yeah, and well, if Cozy plays the same way, if Lotan plays the same way, I cannot believe I'm saying it, but we could be in the situation where possibly they take it 3-1.
That was my prediction before today's series, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see it.
I mean, let's see. That's gonna be very, very interesting, and I think Majutek, we deserve a little break after this sort of banger.
100% agreed with you on that. So I'm giving us a little room to breathe, to refill our cups, to go for a little snack, because everybody, the next game might be the last game. So I want to see you prepared.
Fighting for my destiny, they're gonna all remember me as legends. We will rise.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. Saying, I can go pro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata esportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia EV6.
Welcome back once again. We are still in the series. We are still waiting for the end outcome of this very match. Maybe the fourth map will be decisive, or maybe we will hear silver scrapes once again.
There is a possibility of silver scrapes. Definitely. I see the possibility of silver scrapes, especially if we take into the account that, well, the most important part is that Zero Tenacity, they lost a map one more time where they should have won. I don't understand how it happens all the time that they are in the spots where it feels like they should be able to win, but they are not winning in the end. That's very unlucky, but those are the situations where they are putting themselves in. Those are literally their choices.
The relationship between those two teams have evolved during only 2024, because in the last year Zero Tenacity were a different team in the Ultraliga, and back to the game just been created in the second division. So since beginning of this year, the relationship went when the revolution. Firstly, Zero Tenacity were basically smashing back to the game in the best of ones. Nothing to say about it. Then in the best of 5, we all remember from spring, back to the game were able to put the same score as you're seeing right now, 2-1, and we felt like it was a peak of back to the game. It was the best we could ever see from them, but no, they have grown. So did Zero Tenacity, and we are in this very exciting series for the map number 4, which we don't know which way will follow.
That's a 2-1, like you said, and back to the game, they should be feeling quite confident, but last time they were leading 2-1 as well. It was the same situation, and what is going to happen right now, I have absolutely no idea. It's back to the game who need to go again, I would say, for a carry on Lotten. That's the most important part. If you go for a carry on Lotten, that I would say increases your chances a lot. And
Kaisa feels like one.
Yeah.
Kaisa most definitely feels like one.
It gives you if you go for AP, I love AP Kaisa. AD Kaisa is like meh, I would say.
For me, it feels like a spot for AP Kaisa as well, because you have Lucian on the mid lane playing against Korotkiy. You have Sejuani that, no, let's not start this argument. Sejuani is not providing AP damage. It's just the base damage that happens to be magic and nothing to discuss about it. So you would prefer Kaisa to be AP, to outpoke Korotkiy, to not get too close to Zyra, which has been picked for the first time in this series. Zero Tenacity adapted towards banning Shaskew's junglers. Firstly Vi, then Amumu. I mean, a different approach, because they feel the need to do so. They don't want to lose this match. Losing this match doesn't mean you're out from the playoffs. But hey, you are Zero Tenacity. You won the last final 3-0. You demolished the league. You don't want to lose here.
And I'm scared, Majutek.
Oh.
I'm scared.
Of what?
Because Sejuani is picked for Shasky, that means Renekton is gonna be picked for Kozzy. I don't want to see Renekton for Kozzy. Please, please.
No, don't go with the Renekton.
Please, I'm begging Kozzy, please don't do it. Please.
I'm begging you,
Please.
Kozzy. Don't.
Please, Kozzy.
I hate
Kozzy,
this idea.
Save my mental health, Kozzy, please. Please. If it happens, I just walk off.
But the bad
Okay?
news is that they banned Gnar, and Gnar is like the second good pick to blind pick for the top lane. So if they ban Renekton right now, we will have our peace, but it's not happening. It's the misfortune.
If they pick Renekton, I'm just leaving Majutek. You're gonna be
You're
solo
leaving me?
casting for the you're gonna be solo casting for the rest of the evening.
I mean, it is what it is. Oh, Zeri on the other side. You cannot pick Renekton here. It's no, Renekton is losing on the spot, and Kozzy knows it.
Hopefully he knows it.
Hopefully
Alisia
the
would be a
coaching
good pick.
staff.
Please no Renekton. Everything but Renekton. Everything. Yes, yes, yes.
Oh,
yes.
and I like it very much.
And Melonic, don't pick Renekton right now. Melonic, don't.
Pick
don't
Renekton,
do
we
it.
don't care.
No, we do care. We don't want to see Renekton. Please don't pick it. Everything but that. Please, Melonic, I'm your friend. Remember? Please don't do it. Please. He's thinking about it, He's like, Maybe. What about Cassante? He's open. Cassante is better, Meloni. It was a pleasure, Majutek, to cast with you. Thank you very much. I'm gonna see you later.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, on the podcast of Majutek talking about League, because my colleague has abandoned me. But it is, in the end, Renekton on the top lane, but playing against Fiora. Cause it's Fiora, and back to the game know how valuable of an asset is this guy on the top lane. Not the champion, but the player. I mean, Kozi, he's been playing rather well this series, even when we talk about the previous match, losing to Renekton in the early game, but then overcoming the weakness. Come on, cheer up!
I just asked for one thing, Majutek. Why can everyone deserves happiness, right? Everyone deserves happiness. Why didn't I get it?
Because you chose to hate one of the most common picks for top lane.
I don't hate it. I just don't like it. Like I can be in the position where I cannot like a certain champion. For example, there's for sure a champion you hate, Majutek, right?
Yeah, that's Yasuo.
Okay. Do you know he was played today? In the pro game. There was a game today between Ramboot versus Giant X Academy. It was a game in the Spanish league. It ended 3-0. Ibo, the Polish top laner, was there, and they played Diana Yasuo, and they won with Diana Yasuo.
I mean, that's a cool combo. I just refuse to be seeing Yasuo in my games and in the professional games. Based on the same reasons you don't want to see Renekton, but you know what? We have Renekton, and even if we happen to be having Yasuo in the very same, lane, matchup or game, I wouldn't say a thing. I would cheer for back to the game and Zero's Tenacity to play at their fullest, but one time is, playing with Renekton. So they have like 25 to 30 minutes to play. Otherwise, it's not going to be pleasant.
It's not going to be pleasant at all. Back to the game. With Lucian, with Kai'Sa, they definitely have some advantages for themselves. I would love to see AP Kai'Sa here. The poke advantage would be insane. The poke overall would be insane. So yeah, I would just love to see it. Let's see what is going to happen right now, because I would say that it's going to be very, very interesting. Definitely.
My eyes are all on the mid lane right now, because Sisyph been losing 3 early games in a row. He didn't perform like anything playing Azir, even playing Tristana. Tristana is supposed to be better than Korotkiy, but it felt like not this time. So maybe with Lucian, this I know for sure that it's stronger than Korotkiy on the first levels and even after level 6. So Sisyph, I am looking at you and I want to see you perform.
We will see. Lucian versus Korotkiy should be an advantage for Lucian early on. He should be able to find himself some advantages for sure. And well, Sejuani so far, look at that, going for a red buff, going for a for Raptors. She could be in to go for a full clear in this one, full clear off the top lane jungle, obviously.
Shaspy understands that he needs to do something to Blurzor's pathing, otherwise 3 minutes, Zyra will have full camps and will be just waiting either on the lane or the river to secure the Scuttle Crab, so he wants to do something to stop her or at least force her into a different way, and the way looks like south. Blurzor just entered the jungle of Sejuani and he's robbing the camps.
Oh, Melonic could be in trouble right now.
Oh yeah, he is. Back to lane.
He's gonna get stunned.
He's not coming back to lane, or at least not healthy, or at least not with a flash.
I mean, that's what it cost you to put that ward down, but you already know where Sejuani is. She literally almost killed you. Same could be said for Sisyph. Definitely not enjoying what is happening right now.
No, he needs to recall. If he stops the recall and comes back to base, no, Sisyph, you better run.
You better run. Is he gonna... I mean, he might have to flash. He needs to put his finger on the flash, but he... Oh, okay, he was ready. He understood. Well, I'm in the situation where I need to play it safe. Oh, Sisyph. Okay.
That's a long run, Sisyph. You're losing a lot.
Okay, but Blurzer and Terdota are also losing time, or maybe not.
That was expected. I mean, Shasku, what were you thinking? Maybe setting up for Cozy, but that's the first blood indeed. Cozy needs to answer with like 2 kills of his own, but the riposte didn't go down. What is Fiora doing? The riposte at the end. Cozy, Syzyf, I'm worried for you. Accorder is here. Maybe you have the strength to turn it. Going to be a kill in return, and maybe even 2. Kofte, no, he didn't have a time to flash.
There we go. I mean, that's some answer from back to the game. They went 2 for 1 in the end, so that's not that bad. The recall happening. I mean, Lotten didn't get anything done in there, but still, I mean, Cozy was able to get 2 assists. That's perfect.
That's the best answer to what happened to Shasku, and we'll see it right now. I mean, you saw Nautilus and Zyra with your very eyes. You saw they were close. So why did you step into this anchor? I don't understand that, but luckily for him, Accorder was on the move already. Cozy was waiting in this situation. I'm just thinking, why didn't he use the repost on either Nautilus Auto or the route from Zyra? But we are not going to this.
Oh,
Okay.
that's
That changed a
unlucky.
lot. Yeah,
That changes a lot. Yeah. That was changed a lot. And well, let's see what is gonna happen right now, because I wanted to talk about where the kills went. And I'm not even, it's not ironic from me. I'm just gonna say it like it is. Accorder getting a kill is super important because he is gonna be an Alistar. He's gonna be super tanky. He is gonna be using his R. He is gonna be like in the position where he needs to change the dynamic of the game, and him getting a kill could be very, very good.
Right now coming in, but oh, nice usage of the head, but to actually dodge the anchor, not to put yourself in a position that you could be hit. That's smart play coming from Accorder, but smarter and wiser would be probably to sit on the bot lane for now. Harpoon already got 2 plates out of this tower and feels like he's totally controlling the situation on the bot lane. Accorder still trying to play with Shasku around the Drake. Shasku looking for a potential steal alongside his support, trying to throw them away and survive and reset the Drake.
And even though back to... Oh, maybe we'll talk about it in a second, because Kofte, very bad decision to fight with Shasku, but he got some damage back. I mean, even though they are ahead in kill, they are very far behind in gold.
Top lane, hello,
Yeah.
Renekton once again rolling on everybody.
No, he's just useless. Like, they picked it in the third game as well. And what did it give them? Tell me. Tell me.
A little bit of an advantage in the early game.
No,
A little
it
bit.
gave them nothing. It gave them nothing. In the end, what we look like we just look at it from the perspective: a win is a win, and lose is a lose, and loss is a loss. So in this certain situation, a kill is a kill, and it's a double kill in the mid lane.
I was surprised that Syzyf actually went for it. He saw his health bar, he saw his experience bar, and that he's not even on level 6 yet. Why did he pick this fight? Maybe 1-for-1 in this situation is okay. Just looking at the state of the wave, it is most certainly okay. But oh my god, Syzyf, that was a bold move.
Yeah, it's gonna be a 1-for-1, and Cozy. I mean, this repost was not that bad, but he is not gonna be going for any solo kills right now. There is no way he can go for it unless Sejuani shows up in the top lane. Then the situation would be way different. And this wave is slow pushing. Okay, Cozy actually decides to stack the wave, so it could be a dive scenario. Actually, it could be a dive scenario if Sejuani shows up.
I mean, is it the state of this very matchup on the top lane that Fiora starts to do something? Because just looking at the creep score, I have a feeling that Fiora wasn't having the best time, and now the repost is not the good as well. Blurzer already on the top lane, trying to bait Cozy into coming in. Not much will happen on the top lane, but it's starting to get interesting in the fight in between Fiora and the Renekton.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be getting way more interesting. And right now, I mean, like we said, the CS advantage is everywhere for Z10. It's in the bot lane, it's in the mid lane, it's in the jungle, it's in the top lane. Back to the game, they need to find a way because they were in this spot. They already were in this spot. Not once, not twice. They are always in the advantages, but they kind of just lose it.
Maybe you know the case. You know, guys, they have Renekton. We can just wait. We can outscale. He's not going to be a threat later on. And maybe they listened to your whining about this champion. Maybe they know.
I'm not
because they are-
whining. I'm not whining. I'm speaking the truth. That's the difference, Majutek.
I mean, I understand that and I feel you, but I know like 100 coaches over the world that do not. And they are going to be picking Renekton regardless of what you're saying.
That's why I hate it. That's why I hate it. That's exactly why I hate it. I mean, still, if he does something useful, I'm gonna say it, but so far he's 0-0 and 0. Yes, he does have the advantage, but that's about it. Level 6.
Shasku, nice position. The
Oh
ultimate went
my
south!
God, the ultimate. They could have played it a little bit more patiently, but the ultimate was just not on point.
In
Why
the end,
didn't
they have a flash.
I mean, yeah, but you can bait it out. The moment you use Q, I feel like Kofte would have used a flash in anticipation for that.
Probably.
But yeah, I mean, Shasky didn't play it that safe.
No, he didn't play it safe. He didn't play it well. It was barely a play at all because he just went in and ran back. By the way, forcing Sisyph to use his flash as well. So in the end, it's the summoner for summoner exchange with Sejuani being shown on the map, using the ultimate, so relieving the pressure from Renekton, for example, because he knows he won't be ganked with a Sejuani with an ultimate. That's why he decides to go in. Shasku is here. The grand challenge as well. Kozi is getting this kill 100%.
Or is
right?
he?
Right? No, it's not! Maybe Sejuani, maybe Shasku, please do something! No! Zero Tenacity are turning this situation 180 degrees.
Oh, they definitely are, and Renekton is good at one thing, surviving with his dominance. He actually was able to heal himself up and be very, very useful. That's the way they should be playing it. They can go for Melonic here. I'm surprised they are not. I mean, Shasky still could have gone for it, but well, apparently they just want to play it safe.
Oh, what an unlucky situation. Let's see it once again as Kozi. Maybe it wasn't necessarily a bait, it was just Melonic pretty much winning every fight against Kozi, mostly due to the poor usage of the repulse. But right now I felt like, okay, they got him. He's stunned, Kozi is on his... Oh, what was this killing? And we have no time to discuss it because we are seeing the cow almost being slaughtered under the tower.
No, I think the cow is alright right now. She is definitely happy with what just happened. But Kofte, are you sure you want to go there? No way!
Please,
Again!
Shasku, please! How did you miss this? Okay, it's going to be an elimination in the end. Not 1, 2. They had a feeling about the third, but Erdote escaped with his flash.
I mean, honestly, Back to the Game are doing it one more time. How many times are they behind 3 kills, 2 kills, then 3k, 2k? I mean, every single time they just come back and Lotten, I mean, he just completed his static, so he is gonna be very, very useful.
Yep, I mean, clearing the wave is not a problem right now whatsoever. Then I assume it merging into the Ginzo Raid Blade or the Nashor's too, but nah, man, it's just too painful to watch. This one was a hit, and he still missed somehow.
Exactly, and in this certain situation, somehow he misses, but Sejuani ultis are a little bit tricky. Sometimes you need to, you know, give this a little bit of a swing, so you're able to hit it.
I mean, they are freaky. It's not the easiest skill shot to land, but come on, man. You're the jungler. You're playing Sejuani. You're basically, maybe not only, but the most important job is to buy space, and your ultimate is the best tool to buy space, but maybe let's not whine about it for too long. Maybe the third ultimate will come in handy and hit the target. Let's put it this way. But for now, Blurzor just clearing the jungle, just, you know, trying to be around the top lane in case anything happens, extending the power of the Renekton right now. He is in a powerful spot. That's why they are stopping lanes. Interesting approach.
Exactly, and what Back to the Game want to do is they want to play around those Drakes, and they did it already. They did it very, very well. They took 2 Drakes. The third one is going to be here in 3 minutes, so they are in the advantage to take more of them. But we need to remember that when it comes to the advantage in gold, it's Zero Tenacity who are very happy about what is happening right now on Summoner's Rift.
Well, maybe not really happy, but happier than Back to the Game. They still need to scale up. For example, Korotkiy without completed item is not a huge threat. He could be side laning against Fiora. That would be a pretty easy thing for him to keep. But if the teleports are about to be happening, we shall see a fight. I see no teleports right now, and the Herald is dead already. A Corder coming in, but the Zyra is great at maintaining everybody at their place. Lopen coming in for an execution. That's the one kill already for him. With Sisyph on the other hand, they will finish Melonic. Once again, a great kill coming from him, but not enough to keep him alive.
But they were 4v5 the whole time. Why are they fighting exactly? Like, they were 4v5. They didn't need to fight here. Kofta was on the bot side doing a lot of good things for Zero Tenacity. So, looking at this macro-wise, it's gonna be the play that Zero Tenacity love because Kofta is in the advantage. But look at Sisyph one more time. He is very happy with what is happening right now. Cozy, he does have the ultimate.
I'm not sure that it will. If you go any further, my dear friends, you will face consequences. Cozy right now, problematic situation, still going with the ultimate, still trying to heal up. Accorder trying to follow, but the knock up did not hit. Cozy flashing away. Yeah,
poor Accorder
tried to save his friend, and right now he pays the iron price.
Accorder got baited into fighting there. Cozy, that's not how you treat your friends. Very mean, very mean. But overall, again, 2,500 gold advantage for obviously Z10. But Back to the Games are starting to make some moves. They would love to trade this Drake for, I would say, tier 1 tower on the top lane. That would give you necessary gold that you need to have for the fight on the 4th Drake. So if I'm Back to the Game, I'm just playing the calm game. I'm just playing, you know what? Let's wait it out, let's chill, let's wait, let's see what is happening. And yeah, that's about it.
And let's utilize the power of the Lucian, because the early game is no more. The mid game is the strongest moment for this champion. Korotkiy eventually will outscale him late into the game, but right now feels like the best time to put Lucian to a good use. If not in team fights, then in well-prepared dives on the top lane. And we see that probably no team fight will occur around the Drake. Maybe this situation will change because he still has his TP. He's just destroying the tier 1 tower onto the top lane. So maybe after a nice and juicy recall, he will join his teammate. But they need him very, very much. They need Sisyph in the best form. Right now, 5-1-2, 100 plus creeps. Looking rather quickly into the second item. Yes, they need him.
Oh, absolutely they do. Accorder with the engage, he is very tanky. He uses his ultimate instantly to make sure he survives, but is there a room for Back to the Game to fight further? I don't think so.
He survives, the tower survives, but the position around Drake is lost, and there is no stopping that. Blurzor will not let you enter. So Accorder, please just record peacefully. No, he's coming in. The Madman sees an opportunity and he goes for it. He won't survive, leaving Lopen and Shafku in a rather uncomfortable position because he's trying to join them. Sisyph is refusing. Sisyph is still on the top lane. In the end, it's 1-for-1.
Yeah, it's 1-for-1, but it's a jungler for support. That's a trade definitely favoring Back to the Game. So, like you said, the Madman sees an opportunity, and, well, they utilize it.
Oh yeah, and Accorder is a madman. Not to offend this guy, he's just seeing things that other supports are not.
He's just crazy. And the recall stop. I love it. They can go for copter right now. If they don't go for copter, yeah, just go for the tower. Exactly. They are gonna... Are they gonna take this tower? Are they gonna take this tower? Oh, it's gonna be...
Yeah, are they? Please?
Yes.
Okay.
But are they gonna survive? Okay, they will. That's a tier 2 and the tier 1 on top. I mean, now they are close in gold. It's the same situation. Z10, they were ahead in every single game, but now back to the game. Now they are in the spot where, well, that's gonna be a completely different game. Now they can say, well, we are not that far behind, let's fight for this Drake. Or maybe not even for this Drake, let's fight for the next Drake, because we are gonna be in the situation where Kai'Sa is gonna be doing a lot, where Lucian is gonna be doing a lot, where Fiora is gonna be doing a lot.
I mean, yeah, great situation overall. Just taking 2 towers on the top lane, some eliminations exchanged here and there, but you know, most important thing, you stop the Drake. Yes, Zero Tenacity are going to take it eventually, but it's going to be really late. They need to recall right now, so you have the move on the map. If you wish to, you can clear the vision, set up your own vision, and dictate the terms of the next couple of minutes.
Well, well, well. 20 minutes into the game. And back to the game are back in this game one more time. Just doing what they've been doing this whole series. Very, very well played by them. And we could be going in for even a 5th map if Z10 are able to obviously get the win here. They are 2k ahead. But they could have been 4k ahead if they hadn't been making some mistakes that happened throughout the series. But right now we should see a stop. We should see a very slow and steady mid-game where both of the teams are going to be playing towards the objective. So they want to be playing towards the Drake, towards the next Drake, and so on and so forth. So that's what they want to be doing. The question is, are they going to really be doing this?
I mean, if they allow Laffen to gather some more ability power, so he could upgrade his Void Seekers, then yeah, back to the game will be happy to letting Zero Tenacity taking the control over the objectives and then poking them down, running them down eventually with Cozy, nice flank, with Accorders, nice engage. It all should happen rather quickly right now. Cozy is trying to 1v1 the Renekton. It's minute 20 first, and Cozy is not ready for it. Not yet. Or maybe.
I think he is. I think he wants to go for the fight. And he is going for the fight, but Renekton is going to heal himself up. 1-4-0, even with the help of Accorders.
That's a huge loss, because not only you have lost the fight and gave up on your life after this duel, but you have showed the position of your support, and right now Zero Tenacity can play aggressively as they are doing right now. A diving Lucian under the tier 2 tower. Shafty trying to respond to that, but he is alone and he's not tanky enough to survive this. Right now, Accorder might be the next target for them, but with the ultimate, with the unbreakable will, they won't be able to kill him. But is it enough to go towards the Nash?
Yeah, I think it is. They go for a 4-man Nash, but if Cozy TPs actually, that's enough to stop them. I think they should TP. Cozy should TP towards the Nash, because they can stop them right now if he TPs. But he doesn't TP.
Right now, they are just scouting, just checking in Accorder.
TP is late.
TP is late and TP is far, and there's TP in between them. I don't know how they plan on stopping it. Loffen is not doing that much of a damage. It's not the hyper carry Alisia, not yet, but this might be enough to win the fight after the Nash is gone. How many lives can they take with it? Accorder flashes in, going in, Loffen as well. That's 2 eliminations for the price of Nasher.
Yeah, but 2 eliminations for a Nash, I think Z10 are very happy with that. They are like, you know what, okay. Take it, we are gonna have the Nash on Renekton, we are gonna have the Nash on Korotkiy, on Zeri. Yeah, sure, take it.
I didn't feel the duel between Fiora and Renekton. I just didn't feel. Maybe Cozy felt something. Maybe he knew something more than I. He's the top laner. He's a clever man, but in the end he didn't calculate it well. And one single death can lead to such a position as we are seeing right now, where Zero Tenacity are just securing the Nash. Yeah, for the price of 2 eliminations and blah blah blah. But what's the most important thing? They are going to escalate the current gold lead and possibly get even more towers, even more objectives, and even a better position to win this game.
Absolutely. The position they are in right now, definitely working out for them so far. And this Kai'Sa, she would love to have the third item. She would love to be in the spot where she could say, well, right now my W's are doing the damage, but well, Shasku, not surviving that one.
I mean, Kai'Sa is in the spot. She has already her Void Seeker evolved, but is it going to be a difference maker right now? Everybody is just going to hide behind the creeps, the powerful creeps with a blessing of the Nash itself. And yeah, we can see the portion of the damage that Lofen is doing, but he's getting even more in return. Maybe he's trying to do something. No, even not that.
But this no! Engertote somehow surviving through that death twice, not even once. Oh my goodness. Well, back to the game, they would love to have something else for themselves, but they cannot even kill the complete.
But they survived this position. They didn't let the inhibitors to be taken. The blessing of the Baron Nashor will last for not even a minute right now. Zero Tenacity might have a chance of getting this Drake, will be the second Drake. And then after that, when the dust settles, it's like 6k advantage for them. That's a lot, even for this minute of the game. Mostly because Harpoon has already Infinity Edge completed. That's the Zeri. You are the most scared in team fight, but maybe, just maybe, in this fight you are not okay. You didn't even touch Harpoon, and maybe you are going to kill Renekton, but Harpoon is still standing, and Harpoon is still dealing damage. We cannot say the same about back to the game. They are just escaping, trying to save as many lives as possible.
I mean, Sisyph is gonna die, sure, but it's still 2 kills and ultimate from Sisyph. He could make it happen. He doesn't have the TP, so Harpoon, yeah, sure, he's gonna go for a kill.
Escapes.
Oh my god, really? Just like that.
Yep.
Unreal. So they won this team fight and... Oh, never mind. Oh,
No,
never
no,
mind.
they
They didn't kill.
They
Double
did.
kill. Straight up.
Yeah. As soon as we went from the top lane over to the Drake, I get the announcement of the double kill from the Blurzor and second Drake for Zero Tenacity as well. Still keeping the lead in 6k gold plus. We are having the recall of what happened right now. Did Shasku really try on going in there? Yeah, he tried. Yeah, that's what happened.
I mean, he tried, but... That's about it. Trying sometimes is not enough. You need to make sure that you're gonna win, and so far, back to the game are not winning. 7k behind. I mean, if they come back from 7k behind, I don't know. I just don't know.
They were combating situations like this. They are prepared, they have the mental, and it feels like they have a nice composition to do so, but for me it feels like Zero Tenacity are just too strong. And I'm not talking about Renekton, and don't want to touch this topic ever again, because I do agree with you that right now Renekton might not be the strongest point of this composition, but Zyra, Korotkiy, Zeri is the prime time for these champions. And even though the hunt is on and Melonic shall die at this very position in the bot lane, he should rather quickly.
Yeah, he will.
Yeah, but Zero Tenacity will just take this sacrifice and try to play with the other part of the map. Right now, preparing the waves. Maybe it won't be a successful siege, but they still have the position around the Nash, sorry. They still could put down the vision, clear the vision of the Back to the Game team, if they have any, and just prepare for this objective.
Well. I mean, it took them 35 seconds to kill him. 35 seconds to kill Renekton, who is on almost 4 items. Yes, it's a lot of items. He is a tank. So, okay, Melonic is almost making me reconsider my thoughts on Renekton. But it's not gonna happen.
I would rather say that Cozy is making me reconsider things said about him and this very champion of Fiora. Still level 15, he needs the 16th level. He needs another items. This Fiora is not a useful asset for his team.
Absolutely not. And right now, situation is very, very tough. Z10, 6k in the lead, and Harpoon is the real carry of their team. I mean, when he is in the team fight, well, if they don't kill him, it just could be over in the blink of an eye.
It could be right now. Erdota tried to start it, not so well aimed anchor, but it's not going to be a response right now. 4v4 on the mid lane, laners still battling against each other, while Zero Tenacity are preparing the ground for the Nash taking. Cozy is still like 1/3 of the level short to be 16. So he's not in the position of either fighting Melonic nor joining the fight.
Exactly, and back to the game, they would love to prolong this game as long as they possibly can, but so far right now, it's just not gonna be as easy as they would love it to be. 5, 3, and 6, Blurzor is, and his ultimates are changing this game basically. And back to the game, they can play as long as they can because they can give up this Drake, but in exchange of giving up this Drake, they need to have control of the Nash at least. So what I would be the biggest fan of if back to the game decide to, you know what, let's give this Drake up to them, let them take it. Who cares about that? But in exchange, let's take Nash control, put the Drakes down, put the wards down, put everything you can to make sure that you're in the advantage.
Okay, Loffen landed the first and the second W. He's starting to warm up for this fight, and Accorder is not warmed up. He's pretty much done. Are they going to take the cow? Feels like not. The eyes on the bigger prize. Syzyf is still surviving. Blurzor using his ultimate, but Harpoon in the end taking the kill. Loffen with a nice position. He might be trying to go for something. Oh no, he missed his W, and right now feels like a really bad position for him. Still has the barrier, but is it going to be enough for him to survive? Chasky is going to give up his life just to save the carry.
But this fight was so bad for back to the game, and Cozy right now, he cannot even W. This looks like a done deal for back to the game Cozy. He needs a kill and he will get it. So overall, it's only 2 kills. It will be a Drake for Z10, but it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it will be a Drake, but we are not taking the position around the Nash. Right now, Syzyf on this mission alone, trying to find what? A control ward to destroy, or I don't know, maybe set up a trap. No, the red buff is the prize, but Kofte will find out about it, and he's going to take the red. So Syzyf, oh my lord, you need to be trying to outplay this situation, and it's not even going to happen. Feels like back to the game are short of everything when it comes to winning this match.
7k advantage right now for Z10. So close to getting the things done, so close to being in the 5th map. They need this right now. They need Silver Scrapes, because if they don't get it, they are just gonna lose. Insane position that they put themselves in.
Feels like they are about to hear it. I'm not trying to be a Doomslayer, I'm just saying that Syzyf is still dead without the TP, so the Nash is as good as done. I don't believe that back to the game could actually go and try and look for a steal or anything. Not even a fight after. I do not recommend it, but feels like Accorder is still going to be a sacrifice in this matter. Just buying some time for Lotten, landing some nice W's here and there, but you just gave up the precious life of your support for what exactly? Because I don't see it.
Well, Accorder already died twice, and he dies in every single team fight. Oh, Lotten! Okay. That's important. They need it. Lotten is 5-0 and 4. So if there's any way they can win, is with the W's of Lotten. That's the only way they can win, okay? If they win, it's with Void Seekers and Killer Instincts. That's the only way. So Lotten is literally one-man army right now for them.
Oh. I mean, this game is just so scary for me as an, back to the game fan, because they are playing so messy. So messy. It's not well coordinated, it's not well planned even sometimes, and even though I like the draft and I have the same feelings as you that Loffen is the one-man army, the the biggest, if not only, win condition to be winning this match. Okay, maybe Cozy right now on 3 items, level 17, just maybe. But back to the game needs to play it without any errors, without any mistake, because one mistake happening right now might lead to maybe not necessarily the Nexus, but 2 inhibitors are done in a spot.
Oh, they are. And they are still behind, still very far behind, but 2 minutes? I mean, they could even give up the soul, to be fair. I mean, if you really want to play for the late game, you can give up the soul here.
It's going to be really fast, Zeri, but yeah, I understand your point. It's better to give up the soul and give yourself a nice chance later than to die at the soul and never see the 4th map again.
Exactly. That's the way I'm thinking about it, because, like, look at Lotten. He's playing very patiently. He just hit the W, but he's like, you know what? Okay, I hit the W, but I don't want to throw the W into the minions. I want to have it on the cooldown, ready to roll the moment we need it, because they need it.
Short, the ultimate of Shafty was short, it didn't land onto Harpoon, and the whole engage went to hell. Sisyph right now struggling to do anything about a Melonic diving him, but it's not enough, and in the end, Loffen getting the anchor from her daughter. He's dead, and there's nothing we can do about it, ladies and gentlemen, because Zero Tenacity are taking this very map, and they are inviting us, they are inviting Mosky back to the game, to the dance of the 5th map, to the Silver Scrapes.
Dance of Silver Scrape, let's go! Whew, Majutek, this is gonna be a banger in the 5th map. It's Harpoon leading away and making sure that they win. I mean, Harpoon was the one who said, well, we want to make sure that today's game is gonna be the shortest series in the history of Ultraliga. Well, right now they are in the way of making the longest series in the history of the Ultraliga if they manage to play like 40 minutes game.
I did a thing for him, and I went over and checked pretty much every series played in the playoffs of the history of the Ultraliga. I gave him an answer, but I've only been checking a series that took 3 maps to complete. I didn't check the all full 5 mappers. I wasn't wasting my time on that. Maybe I should. So right now I would have known if this series have a potential to be the longest. One thing I know for sure, this series have a potential to be the toughest one for the players and for us casters to go through it.
And the game right now, I mean, they are just gonna be going for the 5th game, obviously, and this 5th game is just gonna be a banger. Like, this 5th game could very well may down go to whoever drafts better in the 5th game, and whoever is gonna be playing better, and we are just about to find out.
And whoever's going to pick Renekton or Zeri or Korotkiy or other champs, it's still going to be decided at the map number 5. So how about we go on a little break, and in exchange you can listen to Silver Scrapes till we are back. We will be back after a short break.
Fighting for my destiny, they're gonna all remember me as legends. We will rise.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. Okay, good, bro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata esportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia EV6.
Fighting for my destiny, they're gonna all remember me as legends. We will rise.
And we know that this series has been something when we hear the hymn of the fifth map.
Yeah, we understand where we are right now, and this is gonna be an absolute banger to see what is gonna happen in this map number 5. What is gonna be the draft? What is gonna be the behavior from the players? How are they gonna play around the strong spots on the map? In my opinion, it could be perfection.
I am going to give a slight advantage for Zero Tenacity due to the experience of the players, experience of the team itself, and just overall look at this series. They've been leading for quite some times. And yes, Back to the Game can't punish them. Back to the Game can scale rather well, but they are also making more mistakes than Zero Tenacity. We've been talking about the Renekton. Renekton wasn't the problem. It was the Fiora that didn't scale. It was the Kai'Sa that didn't have the protectors needed to keep her well. And in the end, map number 4 was lost by Back to the Game. It's all in their hands right now. In their hands and hands of their coaches to prepare for map number 5.
I mean, that's the thing, right? There is a situation where when you are back to the game right now, what you need to think to yourself is, guys, we are just one best of 1 away from winning. It's not a best of 5 anymore. It's one best of 1. So whoever wins this one is going to put himself in a very comfortable spot to being in the final already.
Is the red side going to be the happy side for them? Is the red side and the potential counter pick towards the top lane going to be rewarding for them? Is the preparation long and well written enough to outdraft Zero Tenacity? A lot of questions coming from my mouth, but I don't have answer to any of them. Just looking at the bans coming from the side of both teams, pretty similar to what we saw in the past. So let's see if the champions picked are going to be rather similar.
Yeah, I feel like Back to the Game, if they ever had something hidden, like the hidden strategy, they need to pull it off right now. They need to pull it off right now. They need to do Galio Camille one more time. They are in the red side, so they can do Galio Camille. Galio Camille is definitely OP, especially when you are in the red side, because you pick 4th as well. And you ban as well, so you can pick and then you can ban the top counters. So you can go Camille and then you can ban top counters, and you are just chilling. So they need to think about it. I would say just go straight up for something aggressively. I love Karthus here. I love Karthus. I feel like it could give you a lot of strength.
I like Sisyph on Tristana as well. For me, it feels like a strong opening for Back to the Game. Not showing your true potential in team fights or side laning on anything. Just, securing the strongest champions and pretty much the most important positions in the game, as is jungle and mid lane.
Zeri wouldn't be too surprising. Very strong champion right now, especially paired with any of, I don't know, support like Leona, Nautilus, even with Lulu if you want to. Lucian, classic, I would say. I mean, you play against Tristana, so not anything weird. Lucian and Zeri would be, I would say, top picks right now for Z10.
Yeah, agreed on that. I was surprised that the Zeri wasn't locked by Blurzor, so Kofte could just secure the Lucian for himself. Seems like a plan from the beginning of this draft. In the end, they are securing these 2 champions. Now it's up to Back to the Game. What are they going to answer right now? Is it Kai'Sa, really?
I feel like Kai'Sa would be the best. If you want to answer Zeri, you feel comfortable on it. Lotten felt comfortable on it. But if they go Nautilus, I mean, they need engage, so I get why Nautilus, but now you could be in the situation where, well, I feel like Back to the Game kind of put themselves in a very uncomfortable situation. They needed to pick support here because if they pick Kai'Sa, they are gonna have Nautilus and Leona banned, and you run out of supports you can play. So, it's a very weird situation right now. I'm not sure I like it, honestly.
I am expecting a Kai'Sa ban. I am expecting a ban of Jinx maybe as well. I just started thinking if Loten will be happy playing Misfortune. Misfortune is rather okay in this meta. I've heard that it's a great champion as an answer, but you're not answering to Zero Tenacity on normal terms. You're not even answering to Zeri on normal terms. These are the terms of the 5th map. So you better, gather a team, gather your equipment as best as you can, and just go for it.
Exactly like you said, Majutek. Let's see how it's gonna look like right now. It's Gnar being banned by Back to the Game, and they ban out Camille, so no Camille, no Galio Camille. I mean, it still could be Galio Fiora, but it doesn't work the same way. Galio doesn't work with Camille. It doesn't have the same synergy like they do, so let's see what they... I mean, Camille and Kai'Sa are such a good balance. I feel like Back to the Game, they need to go Ezreal, Korotkiy, no, Jace.
I like it very much because Loten's been playing Israel. I mean, rather in the past, in the second division, mostly. That's from where I remember he's Israel, but that's still a good pick against Jerry because you can keep the distance. You are rather safe playing against Zyra, or you should be at least, and you are leaving the last pick for Cozy, the important last pick that's going to be once again be playing against Renekton, the champion we've been talking rather a lot in the previous map and in the whole series. So it's an opportunity for Cozy to choose the matchup that he wants to. Is it the Jax? Is it the Jace? Fiora, Gwen? I don't know, man. You pick it.
I don't know either, but well. I mean, we like to see Renekton from time to time. I mean, you like to see Renekton. I don't like to see Renekton, but I'm gonna say it this way: if it's Jax, I think Zero Tenacity wins. They have a very simple draft that plays around their strong side. Jax is not gonna make it. Like, I mean, we saw Jax versus Renekton, he was losing. Ezreal with Nautilus versus Zeri and Leona is going to be an even matchup. Syzyph versus Kofte is also going to be, I would say, an even matchup. It's Tristana versus Lucian. They do obviously the same thing. Even the damage early is the same. Kind of surprising. I always thought Lucian is doing more, but it turns out that damage is kind of the same. So, Shasku is like the team, I would say, how do you call it? Like, the build of the team is kind of is the same. Carry jungler from one side to another, utility top laner. The only difference that I see here is the top laner. And the question that already comes up to my mind is Cozy going to be strong enough to actually withstand the power of Renekton, which, as we know, is super strong?
I have a feeling that he needs to. He needs to be playing out of his mind in the game number 5. No more room for mistakes. No more room for unlucky matchup, unlucky situation, and unlucky kill. You need luck by your side. And if you are lacking it, then you need a lot of skill. Zero Tenacity has proven us. Yes, they are skilled. They are strong and good players. Back to the Game are nearly on the same level, but they are lacking something. Is it luck? Is it discipline? Is it the experience? I don't know, but they need to find it quickly. They need to find it before their Nexus explodes in the map number 5.
If they don't, that's gonna be an issue. Map number 5, Majutek. We are right here. We are right ready, and let's get this going. Any final predictions you have?
I'm still cheering for my boys. I'm still going with Back to the Game. I did not lose faith.
Wow. I mean, you're a real believer.
I am. I mean, worst case, I'm going to pay for it with my prediction points. That's not the worst case in the world. And if they happen to lose, that's not the worst case in the world for them either, because there's still the match of the second chance to be played against the winner of tomorrow's series. But we shall leave it in the future, because everything could happen in the present times. In the current game number 5 of the series. Back to the game, starting rather peacefully right now, just trying to, see if anybody passes through mid, just trying to bait out maybe some vision or clear the vision itself. Accorder coming in with the sweepers, as if putting a ward onto the Raptors, trying to maintain an early vision onto the Desira.
And I mean, that's important. That's what we need to see. The advantages early on for any of these teams, any of the teams that you are cheering for, dear fans, because whoever gets the advantage early on is going to be in a very comfortable spot. We saw their Tenacity already in the advantage multiple times throughout the series, and they've been really doing a lot of good work. If they continue to do so, they could be in the prime position to maybe win this game.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things could happen. For example, Cozy will now fully understand the matchup and not let Melonic punish him for the mistakes of the early game. Yeah, you need to get away from Renekton level 2. You need to wait up for the wave to come into you. And then, if you get your level 2, then you might think about a potential trade. In the mid lane, I am trusting Syzyf, maybe not with all my life or so, but I'm trusting Syzyf that Tristana is the pick for him. It's not the Azir, it's not the Korotkiy, not the Lucian in the series, it is Tristana. But when it comes to Shasku, I know this guy could be really aggressive. On Karthus, you don't want too much aggression. You want class, you want timing, but most importantly, you want a lot of jungle camps.
Oh yes, absolutely. Jungle camps are very important, and we will see if they manage to use them. Loten and Accorder with the priority so far, so that's something that they are going to be looking forward to. Syzyf using his Tristana very well. Every auto attack matters here, especially that he used his potion. And now Kofte with Blurzer, they are going to be looking for some kills. Shasku, I mean, he is on the ward all the time, so not much he can do here.
Maybe luckily he won't die to Blurzer and Melonic coming onto him. He's just going to lose a lot of health. But as for a Karthus that has already completed his full clear, that's not the worst case in the world. As wasn't the trade on the mid lane, so that he's playing with the footwork, so he could heal up from this trade against Kofte. Kofte didn't want to give him any chance of staying in this lane for too long, just quickly recalled with the cool, and he's trying to be applying even more pressure onto Syzyf, forcing him to go for a recall.
Exactly like you said, Majutek. Right now, the situation, very interesting situations that we are in, because so far, I feel like it's gonna be very good for Back to the Game. This game should be good. And look at that, the reaction is there from Back to the Game.
And Syzyf should be dead. Yeah, that's it. That's the first blood for Kofte. Will Erdote survive this? He's able to stun Accorder, and Accorder is able to do so into response. Kofte diving in, trying to go for the second elimination, but he didn't calculate it so well.
And now look at that. This is a kill and assist for Karthus, and Kofte is without the TP. That's a disaster. He just bought his cool, and he's not even gonna get the whole wave. He's gonna lose at least 3 minions here. So yeah, that's the first minion gone. The second minion is right about to be gone. He's gonna take the third one maybe, but still, you lose a lot of time, and oh my goodness. Yeah, he lost 4 minions. Just like that. I mean, this is not the early game we saw so far. This is complete switch that we had.
Yeah, for the first time, Back to the Game are playing a little bit more open into the early game. I mean, we've seen Accorder roaming towards the mid lane, towards the top, but not with so many success in this series right now. Great turn of events. 1-0-1 Nautilus. Already with the Giant's Bells, I'm not expecting Harpoon to be killing this beast quickly.
And I mean, it's not gonna come easy. It's not gonna come easy. It's not gonna come fast. It's gonna be rather a long game where they will be waiting to finally get their hands off Back to the Game. But like I said, it's gonna take some time.
Oh, Shasku, nice reading of the current situation. Although he has no mana, but he's still going to appear on the top lane and, just an auto with a red buff, maybe a Q to poke down Melonic and ease the toughness of this matchup on the top lane right now. Syzyf winning those. He has no ultimate, he has just used it, but I'm not sure if Kofte on this health bar wants to stay for too long. He's asking for help. Erdota is here, so Syzyf cannot be playing too aggressively for the next couple of seconds.
He can't, and back to the game right now are gonna be in the position where they are very happy for this happening. This Karthus, like we said already, we talked about Karthus, and we talked about him a lot, and when we did on map number 1, he was very useful. But he didn't get so many resources during the game. It wasn't like he carried the game whatsoever. Right here, he is in the spot where he can definitely carry the game. When he starts with the Mask versus Leona, versus Renekton, those are exactly the targets that you want to be starting with the Mask. Lotten with an unlucky ultimate. He shot the goal, but that's not what you want to be doing as Ezreal.
No, but he wants to maintain pressure over the lane and allow Shasky to finish the Drake, and they are doing so. Although Loffen has rather low mana pool, it's not going to be a problem in this instance because Harpoon needs to just grab the wave, and while doing so, Shasky will grab the Drake and will empower the whole team.
And now this game just keeps on giving. Just keeps on giving, and everything's just getting more and more interesting with this sort of early game. Even though Back to the Game are behind in terms of gold, it happened throughout the whole series. They are behind in terms of CS on every single lane, but they are definitely playing the team fights well. They are definitely reacting to the threat very well, and you cannot take that away from them.
Okay, Loffen needs to be careful. Okay, uses Cleanse rather late, uses Blink rather late, but the flash is on point, although he lost a lot of health himself for the price of only the Ignite. What shall happen on the top lane? Cozy with a flash and Counter-Strike, maybe trying to do something. Melonic flashing in, but no! He misplayed it!
The ultimate from Karthus made it work, but in the meantime, Syzyf falling to Lucian. That's a disaster. That's not what you want to have here. Let's see it one more time.
Yeah, we have a quick replay of this situation. I mean, Kofte is all-inning and winning this without any problems. Syzyf tried to outplay with the ultimate for the tower, but oh no!
Missed
Oh no.
one auto attack. Just one auto attack.
Even
Close?
from the creep.
Yes, close, but far in the end. That's a disaster. That's not what you want to have, but hey, I mean, he tried.
Imagine if Cozy didn't leap towards Melonic. Melonic would die and Cozy would survive on the top lane. So many turns of events happening all across the map, and I'm not even sure who's leading. I'm not even sure who's better on the lane right now or not. Let's just sit back and enjoy the last map of this series as these gentlemen, these esports athletes are trying to prove that they are better than the other team.
Absolutely. They will definitely try. They will do their best. The question is, are they going to find results?
I mean, one team is, the other team is not. That's as simple as it goes.
That's it, and the first Drake obviously taken by Back to the Game. That's something that they need to be happy about because they play Karthus. He's always going to be a threat. Even after he dies, he's going to be a threat. So they want to go for objectives like that. They want to find themselves in the spot where they will be doing a lot. And Syzyf, unfortunately, being one of the carries of the team, he cannot afford being 0 and 2 in the most important, literally, game of the evening.
In my opinion, Syzyf is not performing as good as he's been performing in the regular split of Ultraliga. Then we would be naming him rather often the mid laner of the week, one of the members of the team of the week. We've seen him like the top 2 roster of the season, if I recall correctly. We had him on the All-Pro team number 2. He's rather valued as a mid laner and as a player for Back to the Game side, that's for sure. But this series, he's just not performing as he was in the past, as he's intended to.
I mean, not only him, Cozy again. not really in the spot where he should be. Sisyph. I mean, he does have played at Steel Cups, right? So he can go for these sort of fights. Chasky is there.
Okay, Blurzer found out just now if Chasky
He misses
could
every
land
kill.
some kills. Yeah, then maybe, just maybe, there would be an opportunity. But if you are missing the most important skill of your champion, then how on earth could you win a fight? With just the ultimate only? No, it's not happening.
Like you said, it's not happening, and this game just keeps on giving.
But he has no flash. He's using the ultimate right now, trying to stun them, trying to dodge, trying to escape. The Requiem comes in, Melonic will be hurt badly. That will stop him from attending this dive.
He couldn't have gone for that further. There was no way he could have gone for that. I mean, how are you even supposed to do that in this sort of situation, where the Requiem comes down, like you said? I mean, you're just in the situation where you kind of have to give it up.
But Kozy is not having a nice time. It's definitely not a pleasant way to be playing the early game. Still under the pressure coming from both Melonic and Blurzer. Right now, should be happy that Melonic is there alone, and the rest of the game will be played around Drake. Not sure why is he allowing Melonic to be hitting this tower freely. Maybe he wants to be free from this matchup. Maybe he wants to fly. Sisyph didn't have a chance to do so.
I mean, Sisyph, this series is. I mean, it's very weird because sometimes he's in the spot where he's playing very well in the series, and that's the thing. Like the last mode, for example, with Lucian, he played very, very well. But now being 0-3 Sana, he's paying a very, very high price. That's a disaster, unfortunately. That's a disaster. That's something that they cannot have. They cannot be in the situation where this sort of things happen.
I mean, they just lost the tower on the top lane, about to lose the tower on the mid lane. 4 plates gone already. They have the Drakes. Yeah, that's the only thing that back to the game are controlling right now. It's the Drakes, the first 2 Drakes, but just taking the gold into the accounting and swapping gold for the items, and items meaning the power of the champions, I don't believe that they will lay a hand on the 3rd Drake. No, in my opinion, it's not happening. Not in the current state of the game.
Oh man, I mean, there is a way for Back to the Game to still win this, but it's Z10 who are definitely in the better spot. Harpoon didn't even have to do a lot right now, but he just got himself in this spot, and even though I do think that Karthus is kind of a broken champion, he's not gonna solo win you the game, because he is in a very good spot. This dive could be very good, but look at that, Erdota is there to counter!
Yeah, Melonic uses his ultimate early just to stay as healthy as possible, and the rest of the Back to the Game team are in a retreat, but Accorder wasn't fast enough to get out of the range of the tower. He's dead right now. That's yet another kill for Zero Tenacity, and more might come. Kozy, what are you trying to achieve here?
Well, he's without the counter-strike. He is just dead. Back to the game. They are trying to do something. They are trying to make a miracle happen, but there is just way too late for that.
Yeah, they are even going to take the tower because of the saplings, because of the void grabs, and who can punish them? Well, Sisyph might try because Kofte is out of mana, and the plant helped him make a great leap. So maybe an elimination or 2 in return. Herald's been spawned. Are they going to use the Herald as a taxi? Oh, well, Kofte is most certainly going to do it.
And well, apparently this taxi works out just fine. And not only that, he can still go and try to hit the tower.
I mean, man, they just lost too many towers. It's 3-0 in terms of the objectives, and there's still like tier 1 tower on bot standing. Melonic or Kofte are going to get rid of it rather shortly. And you said that there's still a chance for Back to the Game to come back. And yes, I agree. They need like 30 more minutes without Zero Tenacity punishing them for every move.
I mean, honestly, there is still, like I said, there is still a way, but that the rest of the games that would just need to take a good fight. Like we were looking just at it and we were like, okay, they can still win. They just need a good fight. Well, here you not only need a good fight, you basically need a miracle.
Oh yeah, and this team is known for some comebacks. It's known for the toughness and individual skill, but not sure about the miracles itself. Right now, it would be a miracle for Melonic to survive this. With the usage of his ultimate and flash, he was close of making this miracle, but no, it's not going to happen. That's the elimination coming to Shaskyu. That's the moment of relief on the northern side of the rift, but if you look at what's happening on the bot, you don't feel the relief no more.
You definitely don't. You definitely don't, and you feel like you're in the situation where you're trying to make something happen. You're trying to do something, and well, Melonic is gonna fall, sure, but does it change anything for Z10? To be frank, no. Like it's still the same game. Shaskyu is still very strong, but it's not about Shaskyu being strong. We know that he's strong. It's about the rest of the team creating other threats in the team.
I mean, in the previous map that Back to the Game has won, it was it started with Melonic being punished quite some time. He was leading on the top lane, he was controlling the top lane, but then after the first and second and third mistake, shall we name it, Back to the Game started coming back to this very game. Right now it's only the second death of Melonic. It's not enough. You need to kill him plenty more times to acquire enough gold to even think about the potential comeback.
I mean, Majutek, you said yourself multiple times that you believe in Back to the Game. Do you believe right now?
Yes, I do if Sizzy survives, so he didn't.
Okay,
I
so you
guess
don't believe
I
right
am
now.
stopping. I am slowly but surely stopping the hype train.
No, you need to still believe. You need to still believe, Majutek. If you don't believe, then how are they supposed to believe?
I am believing. I am trying, but you know, that's the test of my faith. That's the real one. And that was the test of Melonic's survivingness or something. I mean, that's just an empty kill, shall we name it that. And Zero Tenacity are not interested in empty kills. They are interested in either punishing Back to the Game for leaving the base or just creating a setup for yet another objective. Well, there is the objective, and there is a 5-man.
Yeah, but there's no ultimate on Shaskyu. No ultimate on Shaskyu. How are they supposed to take it? Okay, okay.
Twice,
Just like that?
Yup.
But why are not Zero Tenacity fighting? I don't get it.
No ultimate from the side of Erdota and Harpoon might be the reason of
Yeah,
not
but they do have an
engaging
ultimate
fight.
on Kofte, Blurzor, Melonic. Loten didn't have his, Shaskyu didn't have his, Kozi was on the cooldown as well.
You know, it's the state of the series that even though you are feeling stronger, if something feels like a flip, you're not doing it. It doesn't feel like a flip. I'm not sure. It was just Shaskyu walking up and smiting the Drake alongside with the Q. That's a nice combo to take the objective, but still felt rather easy. Easily given by Zero Tenacity, not acquired by Back to the Game. But hey, that's the third Drake. That's one of the reasons that you would love to still believe in the team.
Yeah, I mean, what can I say, Majutek? We are just in the situation where there's not much Back to the Game can do. It feels like Zero Tenacity have a free win in their hand. The question is, how are they supposed to win this? Or rather, the question, how Back to the Game are supposed to come back into this game?
I mean, even if you have a free game, as you name it, you still need to deliver it. You still need to do a couple more steps towards the Nexus. And Loven is taking some steps into Harpoon. He's going to survive both the ultimates. Okay, the Leandri is not going to burn him down, but that Harpoon sent to base, and maybe Back to the Game can regain some of the possession, some of the control. Start with the mid lane at least. Take this tier 1, please.
I mean, are they gonna take it? Slowly but surely going down, but the flash is there for Dota. The engage is there, Sisyph is there as well. He's going straight onto Blurzor, but Shaskyu is gonna be the first one to fall. He's still Kartus, he's still doing the damage, but is it enough damage? Apparently, not. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 in the end.
A 1-for-1 plus the tower. Nice situation for back to the game. They need to be looking for every exchange like that. 1-for-1. There are some takedowns to get. There is a tempo, the momentum to gain. So I'm rather happy with that. But it just shows that Tenacity are ready to respond whenever you attack.
Exactly, and right now, I mean, the situation that Z10 found themselves in, like you said, if something feels like a flip, you just don't do it. You just don't do it. You make sure that you play it safe. And that's what basically they need to do.
It is. It seems like what they need to do. So right now they are preparing the vision and control to not let anybody sneak up onto Harpoon ever again. He's still 1-0-0. He's short of some items to be the teamfight beast that we've seen Zeri and Harpoon to be, but no, nice advantage. Just slowly push it, just slowly test the enemy team. You know, maybe force a TP, maybe force the Requiem out of Shaskyu. Just small little steps toward the great and big picture. That is winning of this series. Both teams are believing they could do so, and only one will succeed.
Lotan on 2.5 item, very strong, but they need more than Lotan. They need Shaskyu, they need Lotan, they need Cozy to be online, and Cozy 1500 gold behind. But back to the game, they stand strong. They want to fight. They want to try to go for the fight. Melonic is being poked down. There is the ultimate from Shaskyu as well. So I feel like if they put themselves in a correct spot, there could be a situation. Where maybe, just maybe, they win.
Yeah, with the poke of an Israel and potentially even Kartus, that's something to start with. With the CC control from Nautilus. But firstly, you need to make sure that this Nasher is not low, that you are free to walk up, to face check. I mean, Accorder needs to do it, but he still needs to be paying attention because Warmog might grant you a lot of health. It's not giving you any armor or magic resistances whatsoever.
Well, that's the case. Warmog would be best for Dota, but he went for Solari. He's just now completing Warmogs, but I'm not sure if he's gonna complete it. So he's not gonna have this big health region that he would otherwise have. So back to the game right now. Just playing it smart, just playing it calm. 7k down, but they understand. Just one fight and they could be out.
Yep, maybe not entirely out, but losing the Nash will eventually lead to even worse situation than they are right now. Looks like they are trying to trade the position over the Drake for the position over the Nash, just giving them the idea of a quick and fast soul. Not for them, not in this game. Kofte that's going to slay this beast and get +1 for his team. Well, that's not the worst case for back to the game, but this one starts to look like one Sisyph once again.
It's Sisyph who is literally running down this game, unfortunately. I love Sisyph. He had a lot of good games, but right now he is the one that is unfortunately giving away a lot of the leads for Zero Tenacity, but it looks like it doesn't matter. They want to go for the fight.
Oh, Kofte dodged it. Cozy, you need to finish it. You know that. You're going with an...
Oh my god, not
Please?
again!
Kofte needs to finish this kill, and it's not happening. Lofen is on the chase. They could get it onto Melonic
They are
as
short
well.
of range! They are just short of range. Look at that! He's gonna go for the kill, Melonic. If he heals up, he can actually kill him. But Counter-Strike is there. Accorder and Shaskyu, they want to go for a Nash, or at least stop it from the hands of Zero Tenacity, but it's Zero Tenacity who understand we are in the situation where we just need to play it smart.
Well, that was tough. If they struggle to get an easy elimination, and Kofte was an easy elimination indeed, then I'm not sure what might happen in the 5v5 fights. Renekton on 2.5 item right now, it's his prime time, as we saw Melonic taking a lot of damage and giving back even more. How on earth did both Loten and Cozy miss on this elimination onto Kofte? I don't know. And even right now, the Renekton was scary, as you mentioned. If Melonic were able to... No, but he wasn't. It's not the time. It's not the place for him. is starting to fall down a little bit, and Jax is taking control.
They need control right now, definitely. But Majutek, you said yourself, you're basically stopping to believe. Do you believe right now with this sort of plays from Back to the Game?
I mean, we have a traitor, we have Sisyph, he's not playing with the team, that's the main problem, he's been caught too many times, but yeah, I do still believe, I have faith, because what else would bring me joy in this very world, not the faith that the team that's not the strongest, that's not the champion of Ultraliga, that's never been a champion of the first division. I don't want to stripe them of the chances. I don't want to stop them trying. I want them to believe as much as I do and to play slightly better than they are right now. At this very moment, the Nasher has started. Kasper is halfway down. The TP is going to make Z10 stop, but the Requiem will keep the fight going. Her daughter right now on the front lane coming in. Accorder doing the same. Just
Nice
getting
fight!
the Nash, and they got the first elimination. The second shall follow. Melonic trying to be the front laner for Harpoon, but Harpoon is not healthy
I
enough.
mean, they're winning.
He's slowed. Melonic is dead, that's for sure. What about Harpoon? He still has a lot of movement with the TP coming in. 4 members of Tenacity are down, and Harpoon will be the 5th.
Unreal! Back to the game! Or back in this game indeed! I mean, I stopped believing for a while, but apparently they know how to make a comeback. The TP from Jax, and then Sisyph triple kill basically. He made a triple, he was 0-5. Then he goes for a triple. The engage from Cozy is there. Melonic is not in the team fight. Harpoon is not in the team fight. They are completely split. And that means the Tenacity are in trouble right now.
Melonic and Harpoon joined when it was too late, when the Nash was gone, when 2 of the team members were gone as well. I don't know what was the positioning of this young carry. I don't know what was the TP made by Melonic, but it turns out to be a great news for back to the game. We've been talking about the 7k disadvantage. Right now it's somewhere around 2k, and they have the most powerful buff in the whole Summoner's Rift right now.
I mean, to be honest, right now, the situation Z10 put themselves in, very uncomfortable. Somehow, there is still a way for Back to the Game to come back in this game.
It is. It always has been
Always
way,
has.
my friends. It was just tough to find. It was nearly impossible to find. You needed strong faith and a mistake from the side of the enemy. Z10 did made a mistake this time, and hopefully, for the sake of this game, this series, and probably the future champion of Ultraliga, we don't want to see more mistakes, more errors. We just want to see the best places, but sometimes you can only make the best plays while the enemy actually allows you to, which means mistake.
I mean, they are just about to take the soul, maybe. They are winning the poke game. They are winning the poke game quite heavily. Look at that, Melonic and Kofta taking the damage. Erdote still doesn't have Warmog. That costs him a lot. Back to the game. It looks like they want to go for the fight. Loten stand up. Loten, are you sure?
But the Requiem coming in, a lot of damage coming in, and Kofte is no more as Cozy is still standing for a while, trying to be the front laner, disengaging from this fight, but that's the soul, and that's the Sisyph looking for a flank. Cozy from the other side, one more auto will do it. Once again, 2 members of Tenacity team are down, and the path towards the mid lane stays wide open.
I mean, they should go mid. They should go mid, open tier 2, get the inhibitor. Go ahead, because you're in the position where you can do it. Kofte is dead, Lurdur is dead. Those are not low death timers. It's 30 seconds.
They don't
So go
want to.
ahead.
They don't want to.
They want to play it calm.
I know, the thing I said about feeling a potential flip, it stays for the 2 teams at the same time. Nobody wants to flip, nobody wants to risk, everybody wants to play as safe as possible. This time, Tenacity, they didn't have a safe position. They needed to face check, and look how poorly it ended to them. Right now, Shasku level 16, Rabadon's death cap completed. This Cartus has almost 500 AP. That's going to hurt.
Oh man, this game is even 32 minutes into the game. And now, I mean, I'm believing right now. I mean, I'm literally believing this Karthus is super strong. 3 items, Rabadon there. I mean, he does have everything he needs. So, potentially, I would say in this position that they put themselves in right now, they should be able to get the win, to be able in the Ultraliga final, to put yourself in the Ultraliga final. That would be insanity.
I have a feeling that Back to the Game are just playing the waiting game right now. You know, they have a feeling that, okay, guy, we scaled. We probably even outscaled the enemy team right now. I mean, Jax, definitely. Karthus, oh my god, let's not talk about this beast. Tristana is rather strong. Israel the same. They just want to wait till the next Nash. They want to prepare vision, prepare the position, get items or whatever they want, and just try to put an end to this game at the Nash. But looks like Blurzor has some other idea in mind, but because he feels that something's wrong, he uses the trinket, uses the precious ward he has just for his own safety.
And now, back to the game. The game is even. They need to get rid of Harpoon or Kofta in the teamfight, but when they do, they win teamfights. We saw it happen, and back to the game, they have definitely their goals ahead of them. 30 seconds for the Baron Nashor.
Alright, smart approach on the bot. I want to point it out that Sisyph is playing on the Fog of War. They are trying to bait somebody to answer to what Kozi is doing, and then Sisyph, you know, jumping from the Fog of War, winning this 2v1, and then trying to, I don't know, end the game or something. So that's a nice approach because they know that Zero Tenacity cannot rush the Baron Nashor right now. That's a 3-level difference between Kozi and Melonic, for some time at least. That's enough to scare this Crocodile off. They have the TPs, but they don't want to commit into the Nash. Accorder still staying around. Right now they know that Sisyph is here, and the Kozi 2v2 on the bot lane, 3v3 around the Nash. Who will win this fight? Melonic using the ultimate, losing a lot of HP. Shasku using the ultimate right now. I'm not sure if it went off. Seems like
It didn't. I don't think it did. It didn't. But her daughter is dead. Kozi is going for the fight.
Right, that's a 1 kill. That's a good sign. But can they continue without Shasku's ultimate? With Kozi being so low, he don't have the TP. He just TP'd towards the team. He needs to go back. It stays 4v5. And Zero Tenacity somehow are defending for now.
I mean, they want to go for round 2. They want to go for round 2, and right now the poke is happening, but we need to remember Kozi is just joining right now. Back to the game, they need to play it calm. They need to fight right now, exactly right now. Kozi is joining. This is the right time to fight. They find Blurzor, who is dead immediately, and back to the game. Insanity in this comeback, but it looks like they are just about to make it. Sisyph back from the dead, going for Kofta, able to get him. 2 for 1, and Sisyph still jumping forward. It may cost him his life. He needs to be careful.
Yeah, they can't overextend here. Harpoon's been all powered up, but in the end, that's the Nash. That's the eliminations. That's the one team fight for Back to the Game. Could have went better, maybe, but they are lucky to get the Nash, to get the win in this fight. Just look at this once again. Accorder and Kozi going to murder the Zyra. Blurzor didn't even have an opportunity to spawn one additional plant, but Sisyph flashing in, you know why I'm calling it not his match. It wasn't perfectly calculated. He's still playing on the edge, even as a well-scaled Tristana. They need to be super careful.
Oh, they do. Oh, they absolutely do. And back to the game right now. They are 20 seconds away, potentially, from winning this game, taking this Elder. If they take this Elder, I think it's over.
Whoever takes this Elder might as well take the game. Kozi on a position away from his team, trying to join them. Don't let yourself bait into it. Let's group everybody. Let's settle it as a man. 5v5 knows this is working on the wave on
Nice
the mid lane two-shot
ultimate.
barrage, dealing a lot of damage. Shaski looking for a position to use the Requiem. It's going to hurt, and it's going to hurt badly, but Del the Dragon still stays. Who's going to take it? Nobody's taking Del the Drake. Who took it? I'm not sure. It's back to the game. They got it, and they got 3
Over.
kills
It's
to
over.
this name, while Sisyph is pushing into the mid lane, and yes, good sir, yes, Kasper, it is the end. It's back to the game, who has just won the most amazing series I've seen in this year.
I don't believe it, but it's back to the game. Who managed to win versus Zero Tenacity? It took them a while. Harpoon is starting to make it happen. But well, back to the game are here to play.
And I told you, everybody, if those games are long enough, if back to the game can make it into the team fights, into the late game, into Nash/Elder flips, that's their comfort zone. And we've seen it a couple of times during the series, and we've seen it for the last time today. Let's just see at the damage output: Shaskyu against Blurzor and Lofen against Harpoon. 2 star players, key players in this match that have delivered pretty much the best performance we've seen.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, Majutek, this was the best back to the game I've seen in a while, and they managed to pull it off. Unreal game from back to the game. Unreal, absolutely unreal. The game that we just saw, I mean, they won. They won. It looked like they won't win, but they managed to.
And I'm not even mad that Biedronka is already closed. I'm not even mad that I'm not going to buy any groceries for today. I should have been prepared for this series, but it delivered just too much. Too much to handle on my own, pretty much too much to handle on our own, Kasper. So maybe let's invite a third person for this discussion, and maybe let's
Sure.
have a little chat with the winner of today's series. Hello, Accorder.
Hello, nice to see you once again.
Nice to see you too, indeed. I mean, that was a series indeed. 5 maps against Zero Tenacity. Not many people were believing that you could do it. I was believing that you could do it 3-1, but some things happened during this series. Could you please walk us through what was going into your head in between those maps when you were winning 2-1, when you were approaching the last game?
I mean, we went to the series pretty confident that we are not like underdog, but we are in our heads we are actually equal, if not better, as we see after the results. And after every map, we just kept our heads cool and discussed all the ideas that we have in head. But after all, it's all how you click in the game and how you play. And we just managed to be better this time.
I mean, you played heck of a game, and I just want to ask about the emotions that happened after you took down the Nexus. What was this feeling like?
I mean, when they were approaching mid lane, all 4 of them started screaming, and now they are, I think, they are either celebrating or waiting for a Polish interview. So in general, we are just very happy and looking forward to prepare for finals.
Do you believe in such a thing as a bootcamp buff? Not when it comes to the preparation, the time you can spend with each other, the amount of work you can put into it, but just 5 men playing in the same room. Do you believe that it gives a special power to you players?
I mean, I think Back to the Game is kind of known for its power of friendship, so I guess bootcamp actually just empowers it more.
And I mean, hopefully you'll just get there. I mean, you just qualified for Ultraliga final. You're gonna be playing in the LAN, so huge congrats, because that's definitely something to be proud of. That's insane, and I wish you nothing but the best, and hopefully we will get there.
I mean,
That's it from me.
I just want to add one more question. It's not the question for the interview. I shall ask it personally, but will you sign it for me?
I mean, it depends. It depends if you convince me to do.
I mean, you convinced me, you guys convinced me to be believing in back to the game since the first day I saw you in the second Ultraliga. There's probably not a bigger fan of your organization than me, so please don't break my heart, Accorder. You almost broke it. You and the guys almost broke it in the series. It was tough, it was close, but it is in your name. Back to the game. So you did, and congratulations to all of you. If Kasper, if you don't have any questions,
Nope.
then I shall honor our guest, not ghost, guest with the shoutout session. Accorder, you know how it goes.
Okay, so of course, firstly, I have to shout out all the fans that cheered for us on the chat and not only there, but in general. Entire Back to the Game organization for mm, mm, allowing us to play, to have a boot camp, and to work together to win. To our CEO that actually got us sleeves
Ooh.
for the series, and I think you as well that actually cheered for us even though you were casting.
I mean, it's a
That's true.
tough job to do, both be the fan and be
He
the
lost his
caster.
faith. He stopped believing in you in the 5th map. When you were
No.
down 7,000 gold, he said that he doesn't believe anymore.
No, I said that I
Okay,
stopped
okay.
believing for a moment. I'm sorry for you.
Yeah, after Sisyph
thinking.
died the 5th time, you stopped.
Yeah, but didn't you lost faith in your mid laner after his
I
fifth
lost
death?
faith in this series after I saw Renekton being picked 6 times in 5 games. It was over for me. Don't pick Renekton, please. If you want to go to the Ultraliga final, stop picking Renekton. Free win. Like I told you, Renekton was picked 3 times today. He lost twice. Maps is simple. He's I'm not afraid to say this word, shit champion. He doesn't do anything. He's useless, okay? So we know what is happening right now. He's useless. Let's go next. Congrats, Accorder. I hope you win in the final as well. And then you go into EMEA Masters and you crush every single noob who picks Renekton. That's true. Thank you for that.
No problem, no problem.
Thank you, Accorder, and good luck in the finals.
Thank you. See you soon.
That was a statement from your side. I mean, you almost stole the show. I almost forgot that Back to the Game won after what you just said.
I mean, I'm just honest. Renekton is useless. I mean, we talked about it the whole segment. I hope more people pick Renekton because I want to see this situation like that happen. This is the karma for picking Renekton.
That's some strong words coming from the caster of the Ultraliga, but hey, I do believe that we all at some point understand and agree with what Kasper is saying. The wise man saying wise words. And there's been some wisdom in the series during the 5 maps. I do believe that you had your fun, everybody. I do believe that you liked it because tomorrow you might get even more. Another best of 5 series awaits for us. This time it's going to be Forsaken against Cryptocraft. So maybe before we go, we can do our predictions right now. Kasper, what do you think?
Well, in my opinion, it's just gonna be 1-3 to Forsaken. I feel like Cryptocraft are gonna steal the map, but I don't think they are gonna be able to do anything else than that.
I kind of agree on you with that. Not sure about 3-1 or 3-2, but for me, it feels like Forsaken are the stronger teams. For now, we shall see what tomorrow brings. For today, it is all. So once again, thank you very much from me. My name was Rafał, Majutek, Szczepanek, and my wonderful co-caster, Kasper, Klepsydra, Gutkowski. See you tomorrow, everybody.
Fighting for my destiny, they're gonna all remember me as legends. We will rise.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Oh man, I feel like my best intro
Get into
ever.
it, yeah.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad.
talented.
I can go pro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata esportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia EV6.